stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening and welcome to the Planning Board. In accordance with the requirements of the Open Meeting Law, please be advised this meeting is being broadcast and recorded over Lunenburg Public Access. Call to order. We are all in attendance, welcoming new members. So the board reorganization before public comment? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so board reorganization. I'll explain it for who you've forgotten or is not aware. So we'll take a nomination and a second for each position, and we can nominate more than one person, but all nominations have to be seconded. And basically, whoever gets the most votes wins. So,
That's if you want to call it winning?
And you only vote in the affirmative. And you only vote in the affirmative once.
Yep.
So if there's two candidates.
right. Okay.
And there are 3 positions, correct?
There's
Correct.
chair, vice chair, and clerk.
And then there's some other, there's MRPC,
Yeah.
MJTC, open space, green
Those are
community.
the committees, that's.
Correct.
Yeah,
But it's all part of the reorganization.
okay.
Could we put those?
Can we
with the-
table some of those?
If you'd like to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That'd be good. I think we could probably do this whole thing till after.
No, you need to reorganize
Okay.
the officers to start.
Sure. So, I'll take nominations for chair.
I nominate Matt Allison as for chair.
Second.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. I'll take nominations for vice chair.
I'll nominate Tanner Cole for vice chair.
Second.
Yeah? You good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Very good. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I will take nominations for clerk.
I nominate Greg Bittner for clerk.
Second.
Excellent. Any further nominations? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. We are reorganized. So we're going to table the rest of the appointments of
That's how we can do those later.
And so we'll take public comment. If anybody has a public comment, not, no, we don't have any public hearings.
We do agenda items.
Just give your name and address.
Good evening, Dr. Kate Burnham, Superintendent of Schools. I wanted to come this evening to the meeting and express the interest of the school department in the development that's before you this evening for consideration.
I'm sorry, can you all hear her? No?
Hi, Dr. Kate Burnham, Superintendent of Schools.
I'm sorry, that's more from the viewing audience, actually. So if you need to take it down, that'd be good. Or it might not be on.
It may not be on.
Yeah, I thought I heard it.
Okay. We just are watching closely any developments in town, as any new developments have an impact on the schools, our budget and services for students. So, thank you very much.
Thank you for showing interest.
Any further public comment?
I actually have one. I'd just like to thank everybody who voted. I'm glad to be back. That's basically it.
Well, I welcome both you and Rhonda, and this is going to be good. So we'll move right on to A&R plan for 780 Northfield Road and 411 Chase Road.
Good evening. My name's Dan Pierce. I'm the owner of the property that's looking to transfer approximately 4,722 square feet to my son-in-law and daughter at 401 Chase Road. It's to be added onto their property.
So we've been told in the past that we're only looking at frontage, but we need to make sure it's got a vital access, and we need to remind the applicant if we see something that makes it not buildable, that the A&R process does not guarantee a buildable lot. It is just simply division of land. And they have the required frontage on a public way,
Yes, and in this instance, the, excuse me, the lot receiving the land is built upon and used. So they're adding a small portion of land to the side yard. My understanding is to facilitate the installation of ground-mounted solar that will serve the home in order to meet the setbacks. So where you're creating new lots, frontage is something that you would look at in vital access. This is a slightly different kind of A&R where it's adding on from one lot to another. Again, the house exists, the residents live there, and this is just additional land being added to what is either a conforming lot or is a pre-existing non-conforming lot.
In this case, it is a conforming lot, and we're just trying to make the 25-foot setback. There was no other place to put the solar on the property without destroying more woods land and put it up by the road, so.
And you're just giving to one, it's not any kind of a swap, just taking from one parcel and giving to another?
That's correct.
Can I ask how big a system it's gonna be?
Excuse me?
How big of a system will it be?
This one is under the 10,000, gonna be about 96, I believe, or 98,
Okay.
whatever the panels come out at now.
Right, that's just what would determine
Yeah.
the setback, so.
Yeah, it's just a small system for the house, and
And I assume you have confirmed that it will meet all the setbacks required by the bylaw?
it will meet all the setbacks, putting this piece of property, that's why we had to do it.
Sure.
Otherwise, put it in their driveway and they couldn't get in their house, so.
Mr. Chair, I just have one question. Is this 4,700 square feet currently in chapter?
It's in chapter. Our understanding, because we have been through it, is that it's going to families, so it's exempt.
Okay.
That's my understanding as well.
Okay.
All right, I don't, anybody else have any?
Just will it remain in chapter?
No.
So they'll be taken out and that'll be
Correct.
taxed. But they don't have to pay the back taxes on it? It's fine.
I believe they pay penalties, but there's no right of first refusal process.
Right.
Have you been in more than 10 years?
It's been in more than 10, but in reality, I had kept out a couple acres for one of my kids, so that was under the 4, which made it doable from what
Sure.
Maria had told me, so.
Should not have any problems.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the A&R as presented.
Second?
Excellent. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere, Dan, I'll give you the plan.
Sir,
Dan?
Dan, don't
want to
leave
stay,
yet.
we can give you the plan now?
You can come back and pick up a
Doesn't matter either way, if you can do them now, that'd be great.
Save you the trip.
Recorded.
Make sure it's dated, Adam. I guess I shouldn't be reluctant to date it unless Marjorie is with us. Okay, moving on to now another A&R plan for 915 Northfield Road to include driveway extension plan.
I didn't see it today.
Good evening.
So, we just want to use that, John Harrison, 186 Albee Street, Fitchburg, owner of 915 Northfield Road.
Thank you.
So I just want to use that current driveway, seems like it makes sense, it won't increase any flow going towards the road or any other drainage issues, whereas if we were to put it on the other frontage, it would not only impact flow, but it would impact wetlands. And we meet all the requirements as far as frontage and acreage by a ton.
So I'm not, so is that currently the shared driveway?
Currently, this entire piece is one parcel. The division comes from the southeasterly corner of the Smith property, back at an angle, and then squares off to create two properties for the A&R.
Okay, so
And I think,
these two.
correct. And I think what Mr. Harrison is also mentioning is he is looking for relief under the common driveway bylaw to continue using the existing location of the driveway to serve both lots rather than installing a second driveway. And this would be a driveway, a common driveway at a location not splitting the lot line that the board would make a determination of.
And I will just mention that this totally makes sense for two reasons, because Northfield is a scenic road, to make another access point would disturb the sidelines, and they would have to permit through conservation and probably have drainage issues, because there's a culvert. I don't know which way it drains, but, and it's totally within the scope of our shared driveway.
Yes.
So it makes sense to me. Any comments, questions?
No?
Accept the motion now.
I move we accept the A and R as proposed. For 68.
Second.
Excellent. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. Thank you.
I afforded that signature right now, like the.
Yeah, if you're going to approve the common driveway request, you also want to,
Okay, so,
excuse me.
so that was for the A and R. Now, if, are there any further questions or comments about the shared driveway? If none, then I would accept the motion. Now, are we approving the waiver of the...
You're approving an alternate location
alternate location?
acceptable to the board.
So that would be the motion.
So moved.
Second. Excellent. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have a third A&R for 68 Elm Street.
My name is Brian Marchetti, here tonight on behalf of Harbor Classic Homes, who's the current owner of 68 Elm Street. It's about an 18-acre parcel that has an existing farmhouse on it, and the applicant is looking to subdivide the property into 4 individual A&R lots. The existing house on the property was found to have historical significance, so we had to maintain the existing structure and garage on the property. So that's why the lot lines are aligned the way they are. They do meet the minimum requirements of Lunenburg zoning. The intention here is to likely access the back 2 lots with a common driveway, but that's something we'll permit in the near future. So, plan was submitted. We received really no comments back from the town. The portions of the existing lots are served within the sewer service area. So the existing house is on a septic but has a sewer stub. So there is an owner or a prospective buyer who's entering into a purchase and sales agreement on the farmhouse. So we're hoping to get this approval first so they can move forward with that. And then the additional lots we'll move forward with, septic testing and all that.
And you say it's in the service area, is it currently sewered?
It is currently sewered. There's a stub on the property.
I mean, is it in the road?
Yes.
Oh, no, okay.
Yes. Yep.
Well, I have to say, I'm sad to see another farm gone.
There is a buyer who's keeping it. It's not being demoed.
They don't have much left to farm unless they've got ducks. Any questions, comments, concerns?
Mr. Chair, I have one concern is the existing barn that's proposed to be demoed.
It's not. They're remaining. The historical commission ruled that they were all remaining.
Okay. The plan says barn to be raised.
There was, because that one barn wasn't found to be historically significant.
Okay.
But the current buyer has since decided to keep all of them.
Okay. So do we know the dimension from the lot line to that structure?
57.2. Oh, the other lot line.
20, oh, that corner.
I mean, is the, I guess, dimension significant to the A&R plan?
It would create a hardship if you're too close, if you don't meet the setback requirement on the side lot line.
Oh, it does on the side lot line. It exceeds the 150 feet. That's why
It's more than 125 feet from the road.
yes, and that's why you see the existing barn that's there.
Yeah.
The existing barn maintains 26-foot setback where 25 is required. The barn behind it is beyond the minimum required, so we maintain, I think, 6 feet off of that, or 6 or 10 feet off of that.
Okay.
But I do believe you're right, it's not in the scope of an A&R.
It's not, no.
It is, though. If you're creating a new lot line and it becomes non-conforming, you can't create a non-conformance through A&R.
You can't create a hardship for yourself.
So, but you've told us before that the only thing to look at on an A&R is the frontage.
But with an existing dwelling, you can't make a lot more non-conforming than it currently is.
And that we actually I did meet and discuss this on the phone actually with Adam, and we made sure that was beyond the limits of what's required per zoning. That's why the setback next to that lot, next to that building is greater than what's required.
And secondly, I bring this up only because I know we ran into this issue with a parcel on Prospect Street. If, according to the GIS that I have up, the sewer service area only extends to the back of basically like the Pillsbury property. It does not extend into the back of that lot. So those two lots would not be.
Yes, so we were told those would have to be septic unless we come back unless we do septic testing and they fail and we can't get them to perk, we have to go to town meeting next year to have the sewer service area modified.
Okay.
So we understand that.
Good catch. Anything further?
I would make a motion to approve the A&R plan for 68 Elm Street.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. next agenda item is we have an appointment with Lonnie Orchards, Chase Road, Public and Water and Sewer.
Good evening, folks. Thank you for hearing me out on this. As you are probably aware, we are in the process of selling the building rights to that property to the state for APR. So that farm will remain a farm for, for forever, basically. Farming, as I know some of you know, is not an easy endeavor. We used to do a lot of wholesale commodity fruit shipping all around the state. Over the years, that has become really not a viable business option any longer. The input costs to grow all this stuff go up every year. The price we get from wholesalers, grocery stores, that type of thing, never changes. I mean, we're basically getting the same price for a bushel of apples today than we were getting in the 80s. It hasn't changed, but as we all know, the costs of everything go through the roof. So we are going to, we've been in the process over the last few years, and we're going to continue to move in a retail direction, 100% retail direction. Farmers markets, CSAs, pick your own on almost all of our crops that we have there. And a portion of what we've been trying to get into is a little bit of that ag entertainment type stuff that a lot of other farms around the state participate in. The pick your own in and of itself is a form of ag entertainment. We've got, a corn maze we put in about 3 years ago. Nothing major, 3-acre corn maze. All family-friendly things that we're thinking of doing. One of the things that would allow us to be competitive with other farms around the state of Massachusetts that do similar things, Lookout Farm or Wilson's, or even all of them out there that do all kinds of things. One of the things that holds us back is to not have public utilities. It stops us from being able to do a ton of different things that we could do by Board of Health regulation. Concessions, food, our bathroom facilities that need to be upgraded for the public to come in and enjoy the farm. So that's something, there'd be a ton of different things we could do. Anything from ice cream to coffee to a bakery, a deli. These aren't things I'm necessarily saying for sure we're gonna do, but they're all things that are possible. We could get back into making cider again, which we used to do. We could host, farm to table dinners. We could put in a commercial kitchen that other farmers could use in town. All of these things would require public water and sewer. And I know that that is a difficult thing for the town of Lunenburg to come up with the dough for to do, especially on Chase Road. It's a state road. One side of it where we are doesn't have a lot of homes on it. The side that the farm's on has homes, and I'm sure most of them would probably hook in, as would the homes on the farm and the business itself. The reason I think it would be a good investment for the town, especially going by the angle of the ag entertainment. Every year we've attended the Visit North Central Mass Tourism breakfast. It was back in April. We went again this year. They put out a lot of interesting stats on how much revenue to specific towns is generated by travel and tourism into the state of Massachusetts. It's like $23 billion worth of revenue that comes into the state of Massachusetts. And a member of Mott who gave a presentation actually broke down the tax revenue to some of the towns in north central Mass. Fitchburg, for instance, I don't have the exact figure, but I know it was over $900,000 in tax revenue to the city of Fitchburg, specifically from travel and tourism people that came into the area. Now I understand they have Great Wolf, which was the huge driver in that, I'm sure. But they also did like Gardner, and they were, I think it was close to 240,000 just in tax revenue that came into the city's coffers from travel and tourism. And there was this was actually his presentation from Mott, and I can leave it with one of you to show you, but there's all kinds of interesting facts and figures in it. So I guess what I'm looking to try to figure out is how to go about possibly petitioning some portion of the town to figure out how to get public water and sewer down there, if it's possible. I know that the funding is the issue, so I just wanted to let you know where I was coming from. I just want to bring more, I want to help the farm for one, but I want to bring people in to spend money everywhere. If they show up at my farm to go do something, 300-400 people, well, they got to eat, they got to stay somewhere. They're gonna get gas, they're gonna stop at the store, they're gonna help out all the other businesses in town. And this isn't like a development that's bringing people in. This is people coming in, dumping their money and going back home where they came from. So I'm just looking towards the future because this APR thing that we're doing ought to wrap up this year. I think by August, I believe, is where they're aiming for right now. So it's not something I need tomorrow, but if it was something that would be considered in whatever the planning is on where public water and sewer goes to come by the farm somehow, that would be great. Perhaps we could work with the state on some funding to go along with it, knowing that we're doing APR, but I haven't gone to them yet because we're not done with the APR yet. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention to see if perhaps we could work together and maybe even work with the state to get part of this funded. And that's really all I had.
Super.
Yeah.
Well, just for everybody else's knowledge, he did reach out to me and we had a conversation. I invited him to come to the Agricultural Commission. He's been to the Sewer Commission. One thing I would ask of the town is to provide us a data layer on the GIS, which shows us where the existing water service is.
I think the issue with, excuse me, with that is it's not town data.
I
So,
understand that.
I mean, we can speak with the water district.
It's in our right of way, so we should be able to get that.
If it helps, I do know the closest spot it is right down off of Beale Street onto, right at 13.
Okay.
I think it's about 3/4 of a mile away.
So it does go down Beale Street. So
It
the
does.
sewer stops at Beale Street and
At the end of
stops-
Beale Street
yeah.
on 13, yeah. Yeah.
The other thing is, the Chase Road, did they pave all the way to 2A recently?
Did they pave it?
Yeah?
Yeah, they seem to do it every few years, but
I
yeah.
thought they stopped at Northfield.
That's what I thought.
I stopped at Northfield.
Because they do have a 5-year moratorium now
Oh,
on the
okay.
books. So you want to get it done before they've paved that other strip.
Interesting,
If
did not know
that's-
that, right?
Yep. There are ways around that, but it's gonna
Sure.
cost, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I did prepare this. In the orange is the existing sewer lines. And in the red are the APR properties in town, and the L is Lonnie's. I did some looking. There are about 8 other properties in town that are currently APR. McMillan's, Stillman's, Dinmore, I think.
Oops, sorry.
sounds right.
Okay. Steve Parker, and anyways, I'm certainly in favor of expanding the infrastructure in town, especially to these properties that are currently restricted for commercial agriculture. I mean, they can't have houses. You can't build a new house. You can build commercial development
Right.
for agriculture.
We're not going to inundate the town with a development in any way.
But there is potential unintended consequences. The problem is when you expand infrastructure, you expand the ability not only to your property, but to other properties. And I was actually on the sewer commission when we identified the areas of sewer, and Chase Road was a question. But one of the reasons we were concerned about the possibility of sewering Chase Road is because of the large tracts of land, not only your property, but a lot of properties, and actually across the street from you, there's one, that are potentially developable. Lunenburg is one of the fastest growing communities in the state. Our infrastructure is overloaded, and the potential unintended consequences of extending sewer, because it would not be a private line. It would be a line that would then be open to other development. So personally, while I applaud the idea, and I think it would be a wonderful thing for this property, and because of the APR, it is protected, but adjacent parcels are not. So I would have very strong concerns about sewering additional areas beyond the comprehensive wastewater management plan because of the potential impacts.
Can I ask what property you're referring to?
Well, I'm just looking at the assessor's map that
It's
there-
town land and the swamp.
But it depends on where you're bringing it to. Are you bringing it just to your property? And what then if this person wants to extend it or that person wants to extend it? And then the unintended consequences of doing that. And when we talk about these properties over here, I mean, if you look at the large tracts, you could potentially have development everywhere. I mean, when we look at these 40Bs that we have, and when we look at the growth, the population explosion that we have, it's in large part, in my opinion, due to the sewering of Lunenburg. So when we talk about extending sewer, I think we have to be very careful to do it in such a way that there are not those unintended consequences. So that's my only, I would be extremely concerned about how the agreement was structured in such a way to protect large tracts of land from potential dense development.
Although I do agree with Mrs. Bertram on what she's saying, it does need to be looked at. I think the other side of that coin is that the parts of town that do have sewer, like Whalum, are getting inundated with these things, and I think we need to spread out development. Again, it needs to be looked at very carefully, but again, we have to look into how we're gonna grow. The town's gonna continue to be desirable to live in. We can't just say, sorry folks, park's closed, but,
Well,
so I agree that it needs to be studied, and again, to accommodate one property, as a board member, I probably would be hesitant to support it for one property without knowing the ramifications of that decision. But I do support your endeavor in doing that as well.
Yep.
Do you feel like your biggest handicap is water or sewer?
You know, I'd have to talk to the Board of Health again, depending on the idea that we're presenting, but really, we've run up against both with ideas we've had that we've called into them.
And
I think
have you explored developing a public well?
not in depth, not in depth. We could do that, but then I think the sewer would be the bigger issue, the issue at hand, but yeah.
Yeah, depending on
Yeah.
permeability and...
Sure. Because the APR hadn't been done, I haven't dug too deep into those yet. And just wanted to get an early start on at least having a conversation about it in the meantime.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, what was Sewer's advice to you, or what was their recommendation?
To talk to you folks,
Okay.
basically. I spoke to Water as well, and Sewer. And Sewer basically just said they thought it was, you know, a great idea, but, you know, talk to you folks and bring it up to you guys and see what we could, you know, possibly do in the future.
This may be a question for Adam, but do they have a policy? I thought if like 2/3 of the people on the road voted in favor.
That's if you're in the sewer service area.
This is not in the
Currently,
sewer
service
this is
area
not in the sewer
stops at
service.
Beale Street. So if you look at the way, so let's use Prospect Street as an example, because we've already brought that up tonight, or even Elm Street, the sewer service area goes back so many feet from the street. So looking at the map that Matthew brought, if one were to say, okay, we're gonna drag it from Beale Street to Northfield, we're gonna use Chase Road, and even if you called it the rear property line of things that had frontage on Chase Road, as just a simple argument for this is an easy way to sort of conceptualize it. There is one large parcel across from the orchard that, in looking at it, appears to have the potential to host a development of magnitude.
And then there's
No.
two more behind that that are fairly
Correct,
large. And
but
this
if-
is kind
but
of the
if-
thing we ran into with Highfield Village, is that the extension would lead to the other 90-something.
Well, the Highfield Village was already within the
No, I
the service
understand that.
area. So if they were to say, we're gonna encompass that property, which if I'm not mistaken is the tree farm, this one here.
I think that's conservation land, actually.
Is that the, oh, that is the conservation land, right. Oh, because he's up
Looking
further.
at the zoning map, and I can see like across the
Yeah,
the
that's
parcel
him
you're
here.
talking about.
I always get confused. So if that's town-owned land, you're only really opening up the potential for those houses along Chase Road. But to the point, you get an argument in 5 or 10 years that, oh, well, the sewer service area stops there, we can look at expanding it. And so I think, as was mentioned, you know, if there were to be an expansion in that direction, there would need to be some discussion and some language that sort of puts the theory behind why it was done and how it was done and that kind of stuff.
And what would be required if we did decide to do it or recommend it to, what would the?
It would be a vote of town meeting.
It would-
Vote of town meeting?
But this goes into, in my opinion, goes to one of the things we're going to talk about later on, which is economic development. Which is exactly what you're talking about. If we look at the economic development component that MRPC did some years ago, it talks about identify new areas or expansion of existing areas in towns suitable for commercial/industrial development. And I think that's the discussion we need to have. So when we talk about, this would be an ideal place to improve economic development, I think that this is a workshop we as a board need to have to talk about where does it make sense. We have extremely limited commercial. And if we do, and this is a question, if we do want to improve economic development from both an agricultural standpoint or from a retail standpoint, we have to have that discussion about where we want to expand. And to me, it has to be a bigger part of a question. It has to be, okay, these are the areas that make sense, this is why they make sense, and this is our recommendation to the town. So I think that's a conversation we need to have, and perhaps this will be the catalyst for that discussion.
I guess I do have a question for Paula. Are you talking about accessing existing commercial land or possibly expanding commercial land by rezoning?
I think when we talk about expanding sewer specifically for a business to grow, which I think all of us want to see, and especially this type of business, I think there are other businesses that potentially could benefit from that as well. So I think that having that discussion about where are our businesses now, what services do they need or infrastructure do they need, and where does it make sense to build off of that existing business? Because I think with our limited commercial enterprise, in my opinion, if we are growing at an astronomical rate, and quite frankly, in my opinion, without some type of careful economic development, and when I say careful, I think it has to be a compliment to our character, but I think that we cannot continue to have these residential homes without seeing an increase in our business base.
No, I agree with what you're saying, and just from what's on the zoning map now, having it go down Chase Road would access a giant portion of commercial property down the line. But again, I think that's a larger discussion.
I think it's a bigger discussion.
Yeah, so also to address the public water supply, that would include an interim wellhead protection area, a zone A. It would probably impact some of your farming abilities. So it would be more beneficial, in my understanding, to have public water. And I will also mention that the sewer service, the system stops at the primary school on 2A. Yet the trailer park is sewered, and nobody between the primary school and the trailer park is vetted for that sewer. It is a private access line pumped from the trailer park, which is a commercial district as well, to the pump station there at the primary school, or maybe it's a hill. So, I mean, there are alternatives, there are options. It's not necessarily going to spread like wildfire to everybody it goes in front of.
As I said, it depends on how it's structured.
Of course it does. So I'm in favor of expanding our infrastructure personally. And I would like to also just emphasize my desire to get the data layer for the water. Because it makes master planning very difficult when you don't know where all your infrastructure is. So there's a sewer commission meeting tomorrow night that I intended to attend, and show them this and present it to them. And if we put together a plan that proposed to facilitate all of the current APR land, then it would not be just one parcel, it would not be cherry picking, and it would not be exclusive.
I personally would be opposed to recommending to the sewer that we look at sewering the APR land, and I, as one member, would strongly urge that we do not do that. I believe that, as I said, there are unintended consequences. I think that it has to be part of a master plan. I think it's a much broader discussion, and I would hope that if you do attend, you would be saying that as an individual, not as a member of this board. Because I personally would be strongly opposed to
I will
that.
express the strong disconnection between the board members. And also to mention that the sewer service area, which is not currently sewered, it encompasses the entirety of Beale Street and all the properties along your southern property line. So that's,
Do we have any way to assist in helping him find out if there are any grant programs, if this doesn't go through, and, I mean, that he could do a self-contained sewage system on his property, or?
NRCS.
Not that we're
Have you
gonna
talked to
use
them?
town
I haven't gotten
resources,
into it with him
but
yet.
a plan B, he came to us for our help. I mean, I'd like to help him. I
There
can't
are
make a
resources out there, there's
recommendation right
NSRC, there's USDA. There is sewer revolving loan funds through the state, but I think that's generally for the installation of infrastructure, and it's generally for municipalities.
now. Yeah, I was thinking of something maybe specifically for agriculture.
Yeah, I mean, USDA
There seems to be a lot of
and NRCS.
recreational grants going around now.
And MDR, yeah.
Agricultural grants and things of that nature, so.
I think the biggest thing we could do is move forward with some of the master planning components, and I think that this is a big part of it. So when we talk about expanding, and we talk about ways to assist, and we talk about economic development, I think we've been talking about it, but we haven't made a lot of progress. Personally, I'd like to see us schedule a workshop to talk about the ideas that Matt brought up about the APR properties, about, Lanny property. I would like to see us move forward with that and schedule some meetings and perhaps invite some businesses to come in and talk about where does it make sense to change our zoning, where does it make sense to expand our infrastructure, and why? And I think that's something we can do very easily, is to schedule a workshop to begin these discussions.
I agree with that sentiment. If you'd like to make a motion to have that as, I would second it.
I would make a motion that we schedule a workshop to discuss infrastructure and potential economic development.
Second.
any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we have it on our agenda as number 9. Economic development. I will gladly forward this to you.
Sure. Great. Well, thank you guys very much for hearing me out and hearing what I had to say. I appreciate your time.
If you have any other questions, feel reach out to any of us or
Yes,
Adam or
certainly.
anyone. So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next appointment is with Unitil Storm Resiliency Program Update.
Thank you.
Hello, folks. John DiNapoli once again, Municipal and Community Service Manager for Unitil. With me today is our system arborist, Sarah Sankowicz, and our local forester arborist, Dave Clapham, and myself. You had asked us to come back, I think, 4 weeks ago, when we were last here, just to talk about our SRP, our Storm Resiliency Plan, and what that entails. So we are here to answer any of your questions based on the follow-up the walkthrough that we did earlier. So I'll turn it over to Sarah to answer any of your questions.
Hello, as John mentioned, I'm Sarah Sankowicz, Assistant Arborist at Unitil. Thank you for having us here to talk about the feasibility of our storm resiliency program.
Excellent. And I will let everybody know we just had a site walk with these folks down in our gazebo triangle area, where they described what they're looking at doing. And would you tell us again what your next step is?
Sure. So at this point, we are just exploring the option of going forward with our storm resiliency program for our circuit that goes down the 2 scenic roads. So at this point, we are just looking for approval to go ahead and start reviewing all of the trees there and marking the trees for either removal or pruning. On the map there, the yellow portion is ground to sky. We would be going 10 feet from the furthest phase. clearing overhead. And at that point, we would talk to adjacent homeowners about removal of tree. We would get consent from all homeowners where the tree is on their property to do any of that work. So at this point, we have just identified a few trees for the walkthrough. We have not talked to any homeowners whatsoever. We would still be coming back for approval for individual removals. This is just a preliminary to decide whether or not the scope of work is appropriate for the scenic road and we should go forward with it or not.
Excellent. And just a comment for when you decide to start marking, we did notice one tree that had been marked and had been removed. Not sure how you can avoid that, but like maybe a geolocation or something?
Yep, we will use a software that does geolocate everything. And, you know, we do have people that remove tags or try to tag additional trees, so.
It's probably a good idea of what the answer will be when you approach the homeowner as well.
That is true.
Anybody?
So, just a brief walk we did. My main concern is for the scenic roads. A lot of what we looked at was on town property and in a bit highly visible and traveled area of town. Are we going to, are you looking for a recommendation now, or are we gonna have a public hearing on this at some point in regards to it being a scenic road?
They're basically, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're trying to get a feel for where we're going, so that they can invest more time and effort and money into actually marking trees rather than coming up with some other different plan?
Okay.
Exactly, yeah, we have had reliability concerns on this circuit. And so from the Department of Public Utilities, we are facing penalties related to service quality. And so we are going forward with a plan to improve service quality. The largest amount of service issues are related to trees, and there's a lot of tree exposure, so that is the plan to mitigate tree exposure through our storm resiliency program. So, you know, if the scenic road is not a viable place for it, we just need a statement, you know, to be able to show to the Department of Public Utilities that we attempted to mitigate the exposure from trees, and it was, you know, not something the town wanted to entertain. Otherwise, if it's something you would willing to go forward with, then we will invest the time and effort into talking to all the adjacent homeowners and marking all the trees and going forward with the hearings.
So, if I may, Mr. Chair, so I'm not opposed to the pruning. I understand you want to protect your investment. So, just for the sake of argument, if the town, we say, no, we're not in favor of it, will the town be receiving imminent threat letters and liability letters, or is that? So that would happen with private property owners.
That's true, yep. So if there were, I guess, imminent threat hazards where the tree was in failure, we would notify you of that. And I guess if that was declined, you know, there could be some shared liability there.
And would it be a safe assumption that the ones that are marked for removal would pose an imminent threat in your opinion?
Not every single tree that is marked for removal is an imminent danger. There are levels of risk. We have an entire protocol written talking about risk levels, and so there is a matrix that, depending on the number of defects, the severity of the defect, the proximity of the tree to the lines and failure, as well as how many customers are served, sort of does give a risk matrix. So we would be able to identify all those trees that fall into the high risk zone, and then, you know, work our way down to be able to prioritize the trees.
Okay, because again, my concern is that the trees have been there hundreds of years, and once they're gone, you can't replace them. One of my main concerns is identifying the boundaries of where the trees are. I mean, we all saw where the stone walls went like this. I wanted to definitely make sure we know whose property the trees are on before we would proceed. Notification for homeowners and even residents, because a lot of the trees are in one of our parks with the gazebo. I'd like to raise public awareness of this and find out what they feel is appropriate.
In cases where we don't know where the boundary is, we typically don't do a full survey, we just get approval of both parties.
Okay.
So it would be the town and the homeowner.
Again, I'm not opposed to it as a whole, but then I just think that maybe we should possibly employ a arborist, an independent arborist at the cost of the applicant on trees over a certain diameter. I mean, some of them are obviously dead from bottom to top, but I don't know. I know that our tree warden is overburdened with work as it is.
I would like to follow up on your question, take advantage of town council. If it became the case that we started getting threatening letters from Unitil for following our bylaws, what would that do?
You'd have to respond on a case-by-case basis, and I think that what the applicant has suggested is correct, that it goes to the imminence of the threat. There was a reference to shared liability. You wouldn't have that shared liability today, but if you're on notice of an imminent threat and you fail to appreciate that threat or respond to that threat, it can potentially expose the town. But you'd have to look at it on a case-by-case basis, and I think you'd receive those letters on a case-by-case basis. You're not going to receive a letter that indicates that an entire swath of a roadway needs to be cleared. It's going to be identification of a tree or a grouping of trees that pose that imminent threat, and then you'd have to respond to that.
So the imminent threat to private property?
No, an imminent threat to the utility.
To the utility?
Correct.
Which is not private property?
It's owned by the utility. It's personal property, first of all, and it's utility property. So it's putting the utility at risk. That's my understanding of it anyway.
And that's a state law?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yep, so we would identify each one of those trees.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
I had actually experienced the aggressive tree trimming and removal on my property about 9 years ago. And one of the things I've noticed that since all those trees were removed, what it has done, it seems to, I've lost so many trees since then. It's almost like the trees that were removed were protecting the other trees. So I know when we walked along that wall, there were several other trees, smaller trees, and I didn't know how removing those large trees would affect the others.
Yeah, there is definitely an effect on adjacent trees. We also have had a lot of drought and other stressors in the area, which can also contribute. But we do take a look at the adjacent trees that we remove. The biggest thing is that those trees behind are exposed to new wind, different exposure than they had before. So that could be a case that, you have a wind fell of those trees because they have new wind exposed to them. So we do look at all of the trees that have the capability of falling on the electric lines and making sure that we're not leaving something that is unsafe. But in general, we have had a lot of forest health stressors. Sometimes when we do come through, some of those things, just happen to be in the area, and they, you do see a decline in forest health in general. One of the big ones in the area is the emerald ash borer, which Dave actually did see in some of the areas. So it may be a coincidence that we happen to come through and then, notice some decline. It depends on the species, but I would certainly encourage homeowners, as we're out there, we do visit all of their trees. If they have private trees that are near their house or whatever, we always use our arborist skills to explain sort of what's going on and encourage them to have an arborist visit their property. As you saw on the walk, we are very open to discussing people's properties and helping to improve the trees that are remaining. And if they do really have a tree that they want to save and it's not structurally damaged, we have other methods such as tree growth regulator and some additional pruning to try to, help to keep some of those. So we are very open. We want to make the trees and the wires coexist and just remove those that are the biggest hazard that are causing reliability issues. Our goal is safe and reliable electric service. And I personally got in this job because I love trees, and unfortunately we do have to cut a large amount of them when they come in conflict with the wires in our critical zone. So we do want to do some replanting and encouragement of individual homeowners, to take care of their property and their trees so that those can be left behind.
You mentioned that you use a software. Is that meant to be a snapshot in time? You execute the plan and then you lose the data, or is this something that you geocode each tree, monitor it, and can come back in 5 years and look at that same tree?
We do not have any monitoring plans in place right now, but we do keep the data. So we geolocate everything, and if somebody refuses, we keep that in our records if they just don't want a tree removed, and we do a different protocol. We keep all of that. So there is a potential that we could do some monitoring. However, we're doing this program in different years all over the service territory, and we have a 10-year plan for all of our critical lines. So we wouldn't be able to come back with that same type program. We have limited resources to do that, but we do keep the data, so if somebody were to call and identify an issue, we might be able to come out and look at it. It's just a matter of having resources available to action on it at that time.
My thought process behind it is that I don't want to speak for the entire board, but I don't think any of us would have an issue if you have a tree that is an imminent threat to remove that tree, but this is obviously very subjective. Each tree gets a score. Some are going to be better, some are going to be worse, and in my mind, it would be nice to have the ability to do the survey and take a swipe at things and say, okay, immediate threats need to come down, and then come back at it 2 or 3 years down the road and say, okay, well, we're still noticing reliability issues, we aren't making enough progress, let's be a little bit more aggressive versus just implementing the whole thing at once. You can always go back and take more. It's hard to.
Yeah,
Hard
the
to
program
replace
is
something once it's
That
lost.
kind of is what led me to asking about it being a public hearing, and that we have a way of conditioning it, maybe possibly phasing it, remediation, as you guys have said. And again, not that I question your knowledge or your professionalism, but it would be nice to have an independent arborist. And I'm not talking every tree, but ones that are in question or over a certain diameter. And then also, I didn't know if just the fact that they're part of the village center district, if they had any historical significance. Well, I know it's not part of the architectural, because it's not, but I'd just like to get public opinion because of where it's located.
The APDC doesn't cover trees.
Right.
And the historic district is a national register district, so there's no teeth behind it. It's just a designation, and even that generally only covers the buildings. Most local historic districts, outside of very specific instances, generally avoid trees, and usually it would be sort of like you're talking about older trees that have some significance or some impact, or if they were part of some manicured estate, they might get folded in, but we don't have a local district.
As far as coming back and doing it in stages, the nature of the program is very intensive, as you saw, with a lot of talking to homeowners. So it doesn't lend itself well to going halfway and coming back to do more type of, work. In the past, that's what we have done. We've come through with our regular maintenance, and if we've noticed imminent danger trees, we've asked to have them removed through the regular process. And we've had, this particular circuit on the worst performing list for more than 3 years in a row, even with those measures, which is why they've requested us to do the next level of work. So, while there is some scaling back we could do, talking about maybe monitoring a few trees here and there, in general, the program, we are looking to implement a large portion of the program. We would not be looking to spend a lot of time and effort to identify all the trees, only to then do 10% of them or something like that.
That's exactly where I'm having my problem, is, when we did the walk that we did, it was a very small portion of the area you're talking about. And that's where I'm having a hard time, is what is the process? So I don't think any of us, based on what we saw tonight, some of those trees made sense to me. And I was happy to hear you talk about, for example, the sycamore, trimming it and being careful to preserve the tree and doing some work to improve the integrity of the tree. But as I said, it was a very tiny portion of where we're talking about. So trying to envision what that's going to look like going down Page Street in front of the cemetery or going further down Lancaster Ave is tough. So I'd like to understand the steps of the program, is what you would be doing, then what would the ask be when you come back to us? What would the public hearing process be? So can you talk about what the process would be?
Sure, yeah, so it definitely is difficult. It takes us months to permission, so we can't just hand over everything today and say we would want these trees to be done. It takes a long process. That's why we're here, because we don't want to invest in all of that time only to not be able to do it. So the process would be that Dave is our work planner. He's a certified hazard tree specialist, and so he would go out and mark all of those trees at the time, getting approval from adjacent homeowners. And we thought we would come in 2 stages, asking for the removals in sections. We would come through on the scenic road portion, in the yellow area, which is the storm resiliency, critical area first, and then we would come through on the area in blue on the maps, which is our hazard tree area. So that way we would have, 2 separate sections. And so, marking would happen now through the next month, so maybe within the end of July, I think. We would come back in with an extensive list, just like, what we had talked about here would be like, we have 200 trees or whatever for removal, and we go through the process that we talked about at each tree, and Dave will have me come down to verify, certain trees, to have another opinion on them as well. So we 360 view every individual tree, looking at all of the defects, listing all of those out. We have a whole matrix of things that we look for. In our industry-leading risk tree assessment, we have a whole list about tree characteristics. Certain types of trees fail in certain ways, so if they have a defect in that area, we know it would be a reason for failure. So we have one of the most comprehensive risk tree assessment programs out there, so each individual tree gets an individual prescription based on its current health at that time and how we think it will progress over the next few years.
And I guess that's where I'm having my stumbling block, because without that information, without knowing how many trees we're talking about, what trees we're talking about, because being able to look at a tree and say, okay, I understand why this one needs to go, or I understand why we're just going to prune this one. But I guess I don't understand what you're asking for from this board, because without that data,
right,
I don't know how.
I'm asking for, the walk that we went through and everything we talked about on those trees. Anything that we talked about stick out to you is like, no, I just wouldn't, be approving of removing a tree that was too close to the wires and has to have ground to sky pruning. I mean, it will change the look of some of the area. We'll be viewing more of the rock wall, and you'll be removing some of that canopy over the road. So I'm looking for whether or not it's acceptable to change some of the characteristics related to tree pruning because of the need to, do work for the electric lines that are there. Because we will certainly invest the time and effort to go through and mark all of those trees, and then we can talk about each one individually, if you're willing to allow some removals of trees, on the scenic road. I mean, in the past, we've had a no answer on some of those trees we looked at on the common. They were given, even though they had saprod and other things, they were a no for removal. So we, normally would just not attempt to ask for removal again unless they were in imminent danger. So we don't want to go through and mark those types of trees only to have them not allowed. So we're looking for general acceptance of, the possibility of removal of those trees if they meet criteria listed in here for, a risk to the power lines.
At our previous meeting, you mentioned removing approximately 100 trees per mile. Obviously, you have to do the assessment, but
Correct.
That was kind of your ballpark.
That's a good judge, yeah, anyway from
How
60
many-
to 100 trees per mile.
Do you know the yellow shaded portion, how many miles is that, do you know?
Good question. I should have had brought that with me. Yeah, I think it was like 3.5 or 4 miles.
Okay.
We can provide the exact mileage.
So I will add that, as it's been mentioned a few different times in a few different examples, that the concern is probably going to be fairly site-specific. And I think it might have been a little bit detrimental to your goals to start out in such a very important area to the town, showing us the trees that have been there for hundreds of years, over hundreds of them. And I mean, that's a common meeting ground that we use regularly. And these are scenic roads. The part that's given me indigestion is that the planning board were charged with protection of the health, safety, and welfare of the town of Lunenburg, not utilities that run through our town. And I was a little bit surprised to hear that we don't have recourse to threatening letters from the utility.
We don't aim to send any threatening letters. That's why we're here trying to discuss it.
It was mentioned on the
Point, I'd
sidewalk.
like to identify the imminent threat trees first.
And that- if
way
that is
and I don't
what-
want it to be a war of attrition, that's why I suggested, through the
Yeah.
public hearing, that we can work together. I mean, I very much appreciate you guys coming in and telling us.
And a
what-
letter saying that you're not, that you don't want to do the full scope of the storm resiliency program, but we would like to do a hazard tree review or something like that is a possibility. I mean, it's your road. We're here to not make waves and not send threatening letters, but to make sure that we are providing safe and reliable electric service.
Sure. Well, there's a few moving parts here. We just a couple weeks ago had a walkability study, and they're looking at expanding and improving our sidewalk system. So if we're going to be reconstructing our sidewalks, that would be a perfect opportunity for the utility company to put the power underground.
Yeah, that's not without, but it is a
It would be 20 feet
possibility
wide.
to discuss. I mean, if you want to send over some information, we can certainly pass that along to our engineering and come up with a price for putting it underground.
That's just one of the things. And then other things are like to share when you geolocate all the trees, to share that data with the town so we can put it on our GIS. So that would make it available for all the citizens to see exactly what trees we're talking about,
Sure.
exactly where it affects them directly, which is usually what people are most.
Yeah, we can share shape files of
Involved.
just the trees. We wouldn't, I don't think we'd be able to publicly share our actual lines.
No, like the geolocations
Yeah, of the trees, yeah.
So basically an XY and probably not an elevation, but.
Yep, we could share a shape file there from
And
those.
that would be easy enough. I mean, we would just give it, we have a contract with our GIS system, and they would just insert it into our GIS. Workability. And it's no secret, and I don't think I'm doing any low blows, but the town has not always been very happy with the provision from Unitil. Would you agree?
I came in 2011 after a lot of those events occurred. But, I'm here as goodwill before
Sure.
we come through marking
Sure,
all these
but
trees and talking to homeowners to figure
There are
out.
certain things that would make people more willing to be willing to look at cutting down trees rather than just pruning. Like a large capacity, not having people put roof mount solar panels that they can't plug into the system. There's a number of things that could be discussed. But
Adding distributed generation instead of, I'm sorry, I don't follow.
oh, no, I mean, I know of two specific instances where people went and invested the money to have roof panels put on their houses, and then when they went to connect, they were told that they couldn't.
That's,
Capacity.
they've had addressed that a while ago. Again, but my
Unfortunately, I
concern
don't
is
know
that the
anything about
age and upkeep of some of the equipment, does that play into which trees? And I saw one pole that looked like it'd been there quite a while.
A number of
Yeah.
And even through the approval of your headquarters, we know that there's still equipment out there that's 30 to 40 years old with the PCBs or whatever. and-
Yeah, this project is not in a vacuum, so there are additional, projects that are occurring in order to help restore power more quickly. We are investing a large capital amount to do additional projects. As far as speaking to the individual poles, I don't have specifics about particular poles, but as far as infrastructure goes, with overhead lines and cross arms and spacer cable and all of those things as they run down, it's not any different than some of the other areas that we are pruning. It's not a factor of this particular type of line means we have to do more cutting. It's the same cutting that we would do in brand-new construction. for-
Pole 260J028MD1 with a 10 on it.
Didn't want to lean on it.
What was the pole number again?
260J028MD1 with a 10 underneath.
D1 with a 10. Yeah, so our pole numbers are the ones in yellow.
Pardon me?
It's probably just a
It
10
was,
or a 260.
it had a Fitchburg Gas and Electric tag on it, and then
Probably both
AT&T
on.
one at some point, but,
On which road?
right, Lancaster Ave.
Okay. I will make sure someone takes a look at it.
Yeah, I just, again, if, I mean.
Yeah,
if
thank
take
you.
A lesser branch or a lesser tree to knock that pole over, and I'm just wondering if that comes.
We do
with
have a
that.
pole inspection program, so hopefully they are catching that kind of stuff. I am not in charge of that program,
No,
but
no,
I will certainly
understand.
pass
I'm
along
not
any
trying to
information.
Split hairs and argue every point, but.
No, we certainly
Wanna look
appreciate
at the whole picture.
that information. Thank you.
From my perspective, I am not against the program. I may be against certain trees. You know, to me, if there's a legitimate reason from a health perspective of a tree, that the tree needs to come down, I can understand that. You know, if the tree is up against the line and poses an imminent risk, then I can understand that. But I also think that we've got to preserve the history at the same time, and do it carefully. So, and I would like you to address one of the members' comments about the possibility of having a consultant for the town at the expense of Unitil.
We'd be happy to work with any consultant that you would wish to have. As far as, you know, having Unitil bring in a consultant, we have multiple arborists on staff that are certified. I mean, we could bring in a
Prefer an independent, honestly.
we have worked with other towns who have done that, but they have paid for our
I think that's part of the reason
consultants.
why I wanted to make it part of the public hearing, that we could condition it.
All of our certifications are done independently of Unitil. They are through a, you know, third-party testing source, so if that helps with anything. But we have worked with other towns who have brought in people, but it was not at the expense of Unitil. They decided to have someone come in and talk to us about their trees, and we are glad to work with tree warden or anyone from the town looking at trees.
So would you be opposed to paying for an independent consultant on behalf of the town?
I mean, we think we'd have to look at the prudency of the spend, because we are looking at, you know, doing this program with money from our ratepayers, so we have qualified people on staff to do that. I'm not sure it would be prudent for us to bring in another person to review our own work when we have a qualified program that meets all the necessary requirements, so
Just
we would
something
have to
consider.
discuss it.
It would be somewhat of an issue for me to get my approval, so.
We would have to discuss it because, you know, anything we do goes through ratepayers. I have to look at the prudency of the spend. So every single thing we do for this program, we have to decide whether or not we're going to be, you know, using ratepayers' dollars to the best amount. So we'd have to definitely review that before we were able to say yes or no on something like that.
I'm just asking a question at this point.
So when you evaluate the trees, does it get a numerical value? Like from 1 to 10? How do you score the trees?
It does not. We have a matrix, so in the matrix, it's either actionable or not actionable, and there are modifiers that go against it, so it fits in one of those categories. Actionable meaning we're either removing it or pruning it, doing some sort of taking an action on it, or we can, you know, leave it.
Okay, and when you complete the survey, will we get like a spreadsheet that says, okay, there's, you know, we evaluated 1,200 trees and 100 are immediate, 100 are this, like, so that the board could look at it and say, okay, well, if we take every tree above this point, we're gonna lose 300 trees, or like, I feel like the board isn't opposed to doing this, but at the same time, it's very hard because it's very subjective, and we walked and we looked at some stuff, and I think for the most part, you know, we can see where you're coming from, but I'm also looking to make this a little bit more black and white so that we can look at a spreadsheet and actually quantify things and say, okay, you know, this would be the impact. So is that a possibility?
We do not record all of the non-actionable trees. It takes a significant amount of time just to record the actionable trees.
But we could take a percentage of the total removed. In other words, if you say, okay, these, you know, we want to pull down these 300 trees, will we get some sort of feedback that says of the 300, 50 look like they're gonna fall over tomorrow morning, you know?
We could probably get some classes to put them in, so we could do like, extremely high, high risk, some of those levels, we could,
I think that would just
3 or
help
4
the board
classes maybe.
Get a feel for what's going on out there.
Yeah, I mean, as you saw, it's difficult, to get them in there. If I had magic classes I could put on and tell you which one was gonna fail, it would make life a lot easier. We just say these 10 trees, so you have to, read the tree to the best of your ability. But we could definitely make some classes where you could, take a look at it.
So is this something that we can schedule a public hearing on to make the decision for us or with us, as whether to give them the okay to move forward? Because I'm feeling a little bit of reluctance to just give them a go-ahead, if I'm not reading this group wrong.
As I understand it, it's just to go ahead and do the survey.
But they want to know that we're not unequivocally opposed.
Right, so if we come in with we started the commons for a particular reason. There are actionable trees on the commons that we're looking to remove, so they would come in at a high risk, and, one outside would be extremely high, the one that had the tag taken off. So, that's the kind of thing we'd be looking for removal at a high risk level.
Well, to your benefit, you did point out one that you thought would be high risk, but you wanted to maintain it and improve it. So
Sycamore?
Yeah.
That would, we would probably qualify as medium risk, because the crack is not actually in failure.
But I do want to let the audience everywhere know that was discussed on the site walk. There was a tree that was medium, moderately, and they suggested doing some improvements and maintaining the tree. So
yeah, and part of that was, an agreement from your end that you're going to be doing, putting mulch down and talking to landscaper about other things. So, we want to meet halfway on that tree. Obviously, if it continues down the road without any maintenance, it will pose a large risk to the lines in the near future. So, we would want to identify some of those trees where, in order to feel like we can walk away from that safely, that it would take, maintenance and joint ownership of a tree. Yep.
And then at some point, we discussed replacement trees. How does that work? And
Yep, so typically on these programs, we do offer replacement trees for areas where we are removing a large number of trees. And that's offered directly to the customers through our Energy Saving Trees program. So then the customer gets to pick out what that tree they want to place back on the property. We offer larger growing trees if they're moved back away from the lines, or smaller growing trees if they're going to plant them out back near the lines. So we encourage people to plant trees in order to affect the energy savings on their home. And so we had talked last time about potentially having some trees for the town. So we are open to negotiation about what kinds of town trees you would want. We typically go through the Arbor Day Foundation's Energy Saving Trees program to get those trees. But if there were specific trees that you're looking for that aren't available through Arbor Day, we could look at a partnership with another nursery in the area to get those. But obviously, tree planting is only the first step. Maintenance of trees and care of those trees is a large portion of making sure that they survive and do well in the town. So again, I would encourage the town to talk about a tree committee or a different group of tree stewards in order to care for those and help with education. We will do education to everyone who picks up a tree, but if the town is planting trees, additional education about care and maintenance of those trees would be beneficial, would be willing to help put some of those materials together.
do you plant the trees, or do you just provide them for the?
For the homeowners, we provide them to the homeowners with instructions about planting. And we're giving out 300, 400 trees.
What is the benchmark for replacement trees? Is it number of trees or size of caliper of trees? Obviously, you're not going to do one for every sapling you cut, but...
No, mostly it's...
frontage or so many...
Yeah, it's how many trees are being removed in a particular area. If somebody has a large grouping of trees that have to come out, we usually provide a replacement for that particular area.
Okay. Yeah, just because of the last portion of the walk we had, there was that house that had.
Right, so they would be a candidate.
Five of them, that was basically their whole hedgerow in their front.
Right,
yard.
they would be a candidate, maybe for multiple trees. I mean, occasionally we give away, a larger amount of trees if they own multiple property or a large frontage.
And would we be able to secure larger trees for town-owned parcels? So in other words, like you mentioned Arbor Day, which supplies small caliper, little seedlings for people.
They're actually larger trees, so we buy them through Arbor Day, but they're in a 5 to 7 gallon bucket, so they're about this big. Actually, we had a couple 15-foot trees this year, but we also do offer for any customer, not just those people on as our storm resiliency program, but for any Unitil customer, mailed ones, which are about this big. They're in a small, little bucket like this, but they're decent. But we would be giving the town the same, 5 to 7 gallon trees. The reason we don't go much larger than that is because for transplanting purposes, that's actually the most beneficial size. The bigger you get, they don't always grow faster. It takes a little bit more to grow. So there's a number of studies showing that the best size is like around the 5 gallon.
And is there any expectation that the planting occurs in close proximity to where the trees were removed? In other words, if we remove a half a dozen trees around town common, can we take trees and plant them at a school or?
You could.
Okay.
Yep, wherever you see beneficial. I mean, a lot of those trees are not ideal for that location anyway, so whatever you would want to do with them, we would help with it.
Does anybody know how many nurseries we have in town?
2, I think, at least. We have worked with 2 in the past.
Okay, we do have numerous nurseries. And I know we're able to ask pretty much anything, but are we able to require that trees be purchased locally?
But we would consider that.
Excellent, excellent.
So I guess again, my next question would probably, what is the mechanism in place? I mean, if we go ahead and give them the green light to do the survey, what's the mechanism for debate and compromise when we get the survey?
It'd be a public hearing, I would think.
Correct. You have to hold a joint public hearing with the tree warden for tree removal within the scenic road.
Okay.
And it would, I guess, functionally be 300 public hearings that you're holding concurrently, because each tree could theoretically be its own public hearing. I might ask that we not do it that way, but.
Right.
We could talk about how we do it, and, where it's covering such a large geographic area, I think we'd have to come up with a reasonable way to do it. Parcel might be a good way to do it, road half mile, something like that, because really what I'm hearing, and I think what the intent of the scenic road is what is the impact of this removal? The one tree we looked at that was currently failing, the tree warden could give them approval to just remove that under imminent threat and then retroactively go through the scenic hearing process if it were in such a state that there was fear that it could cause, loss of life or significant property damage. So I think what we want to think about is what the corridors that we're looking at and how the removals impact them. Property might be a good way to do that, individual parcel, and that would tie in with permission from the property owners and that kind of stuff. And you could do it as one hearing that covers all of those, and we would just be issuing approvals based on the individual votes for each of the advertised or otherwise public hearing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's my biggest concern is notification of private property, identification of which trees are on within the right of way, which ones are on private property, and then also notification of the town and the private property owners.
And it sounds from what I heard through the chair, and I certainly don't want to speak for Unitil, but that they're not going to go out and give a definitive answer of here's the survey, here's the right of way, here's the tree. They're going to say this appears to be questionable, so we're going to get both permissions. And then if it was something like the common or a tree that was evidently within the road, they would, more or less be looking towards the town with a notification to the property owner.
Okay.
Correct. Do you need to have a hearing for all of the tree branches that extend into, if the trunk of the tree is on private property? Because we can list them separately. or we can have them in the hearing.
Pruning, you said was
I don't believe-
depends on the pruning.
I don't, well, and again, my understanding is that normal maintenance, and I know that your normal trimming is 15 feet above, and you're now talking ground to sky, but that, I think, and I could be wrong, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is an operational decision on your part, and prune, I mean, National Grid may prune differently, or Eversource, whoever else is out there, may do ground to sky as their standard operation. And my understanding is that if you're only trimming the trees for utility purposes, that's excluded from the scenic road. It's the removal of the actual tree, not the trimming of the crown.
Well, I gotta tell you, I think that the impact of pruning it 15 feet above versus removing everything on that side of the tree has a much higher impact on the scenic road. So I would like to see a classification, and when you look at this map, when you talk about maintenance, prune, hazard tree, and brush removal, I'm not hearing that that's ground to sky.
No, that's
The areas
regular.
that you're talking about ground to sky are the yellow highlighted areas. The other areas, you're talking about your typical pruning.
Correct.
So I would like to see, when we have the hearing, that the areas within the storm resiliency program be identified versus the regular maintenance, because I think the regular maintenance will not have the visual impact that the storm resiliency will.
And I agree with you that the two programs offer a different impact. I just am under the impression, and my understanding of the scenic road is that pruning is exclusive of it, whether it's ground to sky or whether it's 15 feet
And I
above.
would disagree with that. Do you have copies of your maintenance policy that we could have? Could you send that to us and the storm resiliency program, like PDF it to us? And that way we know for sure.
Our specifications?
Pardon me? Yeah, just basically your normal tree maintenance and then how it differs from the storm resiliency.
So from my perspective, I think that we all know that, you know, we've had outages in Lunenburg. I think that I would love to see the lines underground. Whether or not that's a viable alternative, I don't know. You know, certainly something worth looking at. But from my perspective, I'm not opposed to the program and to have the data. But without the data, we can't talk about specific trees, things that we'd be willing to do. I will tell you that from the brief walk that we did, I understood the decisions you were making and why you were making them. So I would not be opposed, but it really is going to be based on a tree-by-tree basis. So without knowing what trees we're talking about, it's tough to say whether or not I'd be in favor. But at this point, I would be in favor of you moving forward, because from me anyway, you're not going to get an absolute no, you can't take that tree down. So that's where I sit. I don't know where everyone else sits.
I tend to agree with Paula. Visual aids are always helpful, pictures, videos, whatever. I mean, I know you can't show every single tree, but even if you just drive down there and video and say, these are the ones that are going, or a certain percentage of this area is going, through pictures, it would be helpful, not only for us, but for the residents as well.
Yeah, I mean, they are all visually marked, so you can.
I mean, so when the people in the audience, if they do come to
Okay.
the public hearing, they can have visual aids to help them, because they're not gonna be able to.
Okay.
And as you saw, some of the people took the markers off the trees on their private property, and those may not be marked for longer than a few hours at some points, so.
I would like to ask, it looks like one of the yellow highlighted areas goes cross-country.
It's the substation.
Yep, that's our substation. Goes in a right-of-way and comes out to the road.
So you currently have a right-of-way for, well, of course you do. So, okay.
The substation is tucked out in the woods back there.
At the end of,
Yeah, you wouldn't know it was out there, and
Across from the gas station down there.
it looks like it's on that road off of 2A.
Yep, that's a little, there's a little driveway that kind of goes down and feeds it. So there are lines that come out the north end and feed the other way through town.
Anything else?
If I may.
Of course.
I'm concerned about, so you'll be getting permission from property owners prior to the public hearing? I would like to know more about how, will this be a face-to-face meeting with each property owner?
I'll meet with I will, if they're not home, I'm there to. If I'm not there if the landowner's not there when I'm there to survey the property, I leave a door hanger with my business card on it, and it's got my cell phone and my office phone number on it, as well as my email. So they get that, and then I meet with them, and right on the door card I put, I'm looking to meet to discuss the tree work we're looking to do. Because it is outside of our normal work, I personally am the one that goes through and permissions it and gets all the approval so that it's a Unitil representative you're saying. It's not one of our subcontractors, so that they can't say, oh yeah, we got that permission. It's so that we're there. I write down everything that we talk about. I have you sign the permission form, you get a copy of it as well. Could you provide us with that information, just the timeline, so that we could possibly put it on the website saying Unitil will be in this areas on Absolutely. doing this type of activities, just so they're aware of it?
Yeah, I definitely can do
That
that.
would be great, thank you.
Another thing that I noticed is that there's a small portion of Leominster Road, there's a large portion of Lancaster well beyond Page Street, but it does also include Page Street beyond Reservoir, almost to Arbor Street. Now that does not qualify as a scenic road, but would you be willing to notify the folks on Page Street?
It's the same notification throughout all of that, the blue and the yellow.
So I guess, are we talking the same thing for a public hearing, a butter notification?
Typically what we do is we go door to door, or I go door to door and get permission to do that work with the
Okay.
landowner.
But if we're gonna have a public hearing on this, then we typically will notify all the abutters of the public hearing, which is...
You just want
Or
to
you're asking
expand the
to have
public
a
hearing.
public
to this area,
hearing.
Basically.
For non-scenic
Well,
roads.
It's required for the scenic road, right, but I also would like to have it go along the areas that are at least the storm resiliency program, which is the Clear to Sky.
So you would be expanding your scope of scenic road hearing?
Just
No,
notification.
Just notification. We just wanted the abutters in...
But if you want to notify additional butters, that's fine. I mean, our notification is not going to change.
Don't worry, they're not going to show up.
There is
Say.
no abutter notification on scenic roads. There was just posting on the trees to be removed.
There's no requirement for a
No.
public hearing to be...
There's a requirement for a public hearing, but it just needs to be duly advertised. And it requires the tree to be posted that's being removed from the scenic road.
Okay.
So we will do the same posting on scenic and non-scenic. We'll do the exact same knocking on the door, individual personal review of their trees, no matter whether it's on the scenic or non-scenic.
And what they're describing is actually above and beyond what the standard scenic road tree removal would do as far as notifying property owners who are adjacent to it. Because, they're knocking on the door and actually recording and having them sign information about what's being removed.
Correct.
That's why I'd requested the times and
Yeah.
places they'd be doing
Yep.
it, so we can advertise it the best we can without, formal notification.
And I mean, we can post it on our webpage, we can post it
Right,
on the town's
exactly.
Facebook page.
You have it on our
They
webpage
get it,
as
They
well?
call the town, at least they can look on the
Yeah.
website and see, this is what's going on, so.
We have it on our webpage, so if anyone says what's going on, they see the Unitil truck, they can see it on our webpage too.
We have all kinds of stuff on our webpage, and the citizens complain all the time, well, how come we didn't hear about that?
Well, and I think in this particular situation, because they're going door to door and getting signatures, nothing's gonna happen if they don't get a signature. Versus other public hearings, they don't come to the hearing, they don't speak their voice, the project proceeds. So in this
Yeah, we
case,
have to search out people, if they don't live on the property or whatever. It's an extensive process to get consent from homeowners.
so it defaults to the tree staying, which adds protection for the citizens.
So I'm not sure that we're actually gonna have a vote on anything, but we haven't scared you away yet. You're still standing at the podium. I'm not quite sure how to proceed from here.
Well, I think what they're looking for is a temperature on where the board is as far as acceptance of the program. And again, I don't want to put words in their mouth. My understanding from the last hearing when they were here, the discussions we had on the site walk, and what they've said tonight is there's a substantial undertaking on Unitil's part to create the storm resiliency program, from tree survey to the abutter or the property owner discussions that they've just described, and they want to hear and feel from the board that there is some support for moving this process forward, and that they'll be given a reasonable accounting of removing trees if they're going to go forward and do this and proceed to the public hearing. And I don't think that they're looking for the board, again, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but what I'm hearing is they're not looking for the board to say, yep, we're going to let you cut every tree that you want to cut, and we're going to, we're just going to support it, but that it's not going to be a hard no on most of the trees, and you're going to say, okay, well, these ones are okay to cut, and it's, they go out and mark 300 trees, and it ends up you let them cut 10. That's sort of, I think, against what they're looking for, but they're looking for some indication of where the board stands on how they would proceed, whether they proceed with storm resiliency and planning, and the board gives reasonable accommodation at the time that it comes forward, or whether the board says, you know what, we think this is really impactful, we're really concerned about this, and we think you should just go back and do your regular pruning.
I think we've
That's
already
exactly what we're looking for,
I
yes.
think we've already said that it is really impactful, and we are really concerned about it, but we're not object to having the people weigh in. I think you'll probably get a better feeling for the town once you've spoken to all the residents.
Could you give us an indication as to at what point proceeding with the program doesn't make sense? You mentioned like you don't want to go through all this work and have us okay 10% of the trees. What's the threshold?
I mean, I guess we could start off by, doing work on a section of road and having a hearing. I mean, so if you have people come to the hearing and they object to the work, even though we say it's a high risk, I mean, what happens at that point, right? Are we gonna have support from, the board to say, well, these are posing a threat? If the landowner is approving it, but we have passerbys that don't want to remove it. I mean, I guess we're just looking for some level of support that if we do find, dangerous conditions that, you would have support to remove them, even if they do slightly change the character of the scenic road.
Well, there again, we're also missing a considerable portion of this by not having the tree warden involved in this conversation. Because
I was just looking for the threshold to flavor the discussion in terms of, how aggressive. I mean, we know the program can remove 100 trees per mile, and so if we find 100 trees per mile, is the program still viable if, we get a lot of resistance from homeowners and you can only do 50 trees per mile?
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, I guess it would depend on the actual severity of the defects, right? So if we found 100 trees and they were in, 90 of them were in extremely high risk zone, if we only got approval of 10 of them, that would be an unsuccessful project. We would not be mitigating risk. So we would be looking to get approval for 100% probably of high and, extremely high risk trees. And I mean, I would like to get around 50% of the medium probably, and maybe some of the low risk if we thought that they were going to be over pruned and be unsightly or, die at some point. That would be successful. If we thought we were going to be getting less than that, I don't know that the investment in it would be worthwhile, and all of the hardship of going through this with the residents. And that's a decision you'd have to make, whether you want to mark all the trees, go through all the hearings, and, go down that road.
I guess that's where my concern, just the fact that it's a scenic road, it's everybody's scenic road. The town voted that as a scenic road, not just the people that live there. I think it's difficult for me to, I take my cues from the residents, so it's just difficult. I'm all for, I understand in the concerns of health, safety, and welfare, having power or lack thereof is a major concern for us. But
We
and
are
again, I don't want to
looking-
waste your time or money.
Right.
I just want to get to the point where we can say, yes, it's okay.
We're not pressuring you into doing it. I mean, we're just saying that's
So
a
I'm not
reliability
opposed
concern.
to having you proceed with a plan. I just can't personally give up, until I have more data,
I think that's,
as Hannah brought up, we need to find your line in the sand and our, so that we don't waste time and money.
as I said, I'm not against cutting trees that need to be cut. However, I need more data in order to make that decision. And perhaps it does make sense to break this up into smaller sections and to say, okay, we're going to mark this section and we're going to have a public hearing on this section, and then that will give us the temperature of the residents of our community and the homeowners, and will tell us whether or not it makes sense to continue to go forward. Because when we get to, I think that's why Tanner's questions about the threshold is important, because it really is going to depend to me, when that 100 trees, how many of those are high risk? How many are imminent threat? How many are low risk? I mean, it's all going to be based on the data for me.
So based on the site walk we did today, we gave recommendations for all of those trees. I would call the program successful if we would be able to get those removals and maybe, have discussion about pruning and T-jarring one of those ones that we thought should be removed. I mean, would you be, what we were talking about, would that sit well as long as we didn't have major opposition from residents? I mean, that's what we're trying to gauge. That is what we are going to be coming forward with. So if that sat okay with you today, then we would be okay with going forward with more. If what we looked at today felt like that is a big impact on our scenic road, then I suggest we don't go forward.
So were all the trees marked with white, were they all high risk?
Where's that sheet? I would, most of them are high. I think probably 2 of the ones we looked at would be in the medium category. Just quickly looking at the list. The biggest thing we're looking for is the codominant branching. So, the one that was just pruning that came in, that was the maple with the hole in the lead. I mean, that would be a medium. We could potentially do something other than that if we didn't want to remove it. So those kinds of things are what I would call medium. Other than that, any of the sap rot, any of the decay, or evidence of cracking that's in failure, we call that high.
So you're saying the majority of them were high?
Correct.
And was there a step above that with the imminent?
Yep, so imminent danger was the one that had the actual failure that...
So there was only one?
There was one imminent.
Okay.
Yep.
That makes me feel better, because I thought I counted at least 20 white flags. So one of the 20 are imminent.
So we would be looking for removal, 100% removal of all the high and imminent.
And there again, that's where the independent arborist comes in, to put the fine tuning to the high.
Sure.
I would think.
Yep.
I will say I was not an unequivocal no. There were a couple I'd want to talk about, but I was not an unequivocal no.
Okay.
Nor was I.
Yeah, I agree, so.
Yes, I'm okay, but I just would like to hear from, especially the homeowners and residents who might have an interest in the way the common looks now.
Okay, so I guess we propose then we would do a small section, actually hold a hearing, go forward before we invest in doing all of the section. That'd be suitable?
I guess, where do you think we should start? As close to the center? I mean, that's where we're gonna get the most reaction. If we address that, we're gonna get the temperature.
I would start where they've already done the work.
Where they've already done, yeah.
Right.
No, but, or did we work our way in,
Sure, whatever stretch along Lancaster and Leominster you feel is appropriate.
I was gonna say that from West Street on Leominster Road up to down and on Lancaster to Rolling Acres.
Sure. I mean, you've already got it marked down to Rolling Acres, so it's just one more street.
Right.
Right.
And then I'd go through all the permissions.
And
That to me would make sense.
Yeah, and I think you're proceeding at your risk. You're devoting the resources, so it's big or little piece you want to bite off, then.
Sarah's going to have to take off in a minute to get her children out of childcare. So what we're hearing is we'll come back on a section We will detail, I understood that you wanted more clarity on what is an eminent tree. What does that mean? Call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we can identify that, so when we come back with each tree that needs to be, let's say, removed because it's eminent, something that's not, you'll be educated on each one of those. That may help alleviate some of the angst that you may be having. And then from there, you can make an educated decision of whether or not to proceed with what we present. Is that fair enough?
Yes, sounds good to me.
Yes.
So how quickly would you be able to turn that around for the small section?
3 weeks. Yeah, 3 weeks would be a decent.
So when you give them 4?
So that would have you, like, right around the beginning of July? Okay.
Yeah, brush it after that.
So that puts you...
After the holiday would be best.
Yeah, I mean, that puts you into a public hearing on the 22nd. Because once, we can't advertise until we have the information. So we would need stuff before the holiday to have it on July 2nd. Because we'd need to advertise the 8th and the 15th. Otherwise, we'd be pushing into August, which is 12 August. And that sounds like it kind of puts you further back than, you know, what.
You can try to get as much done in that time frame, so you have a good, understanding of what we're looking for.
Yeah, and I want to give you sort of an idea of what you're working for as far as us being able to advertise and get you here for a public hearing and how that impacts anything you might do going forward after that.
We'll present that.
So, look at July 22nd, is that?
Thank you very much for your time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Settlers Solar, 994 Northfield, request for de minimis change.
Good evening. Thanks, everyone. My name's Ethan Giles with Nexamp. See some familiar faces and some new faces. This is my colleague, Stefan McPhee, Nexamp's construction manager for the project. Would you like me to give a little intro to what we're looking for here with the de minimis change? Sure. Okay. So in starting the site preparation, our team, as well as the town's consultant and our contractor, were discussing the idea, if you may recall from the approved design, there are essentially 3 layers of vegetated screening protection on the southern side of the project. One was essentially existing trees left in place. Then there was a line of 6 to 8 foot evergreen plantings along the edge. And then within that, there was a zone of trees to be transplanted that were of the 15 to 20 foot height 4-inch caliper. Those were to be drawn from trees that were growing inside the site, transplanted into that zone to provide additional screening protection in that zone. The discussion with Tom Christopher, the town's consultant, and the contractor and an arborist was that that may not have good survival rates. It was just sort of a matter of their experience with transplanting trees of that size. So we began to consider alternatives to that. Stefan and I had a discussion with Adam Burney, regarding what the process would be to bring that potential alternative before you all. And the recommendation was a de minimis change process from your rules and regulations. So that being said, the alternative that we're putting forth, we believe respects the spirit of that original transplanting commitment. But instead of transplanting, essentially we're changing the detail on the plan to say that we will preserve any tree of that same size, 4-inch caliper, 15 to 20 foot height, that's within the approximate locations shown if they're growing there now, and a number of them are. If they're not currently available in that location, we'll get nursery stock and plant them of, again, that same size, 4-inch caliper, 15 to 20 foot height. And we would guarantee that those either new plantings or existing protected tree would have the same 36-month guarantee that was included in the approved design from last fall. So we think that, essentially provides the same level of screening protection plus the additional guarantee, which wasn't actually applied to the transplants in the original design. So happy to hear any questions or clarification if you need it.
Basically, instead of cutting everything down and replanting new trees, you're just gonna selectively thin or down to one tree in that vicinity.
Right, if there's that size available.
Right,
Yep.
and then just, my concern would be the spacing, that it wouldn't exceed the spacing as specified in the plan, existing plan.
Right.
Because if you went, 20 feet, you go 15 feet this way and 15 feet that way and leave like a bigger space. I just want to make sure that the spacing was the
Yep.
same or as close to as possible.
Understood, yeah, the way that we have the change written is that there's a little leeway there with a 20 to 30-foot radius around the transplant location shown, just because Mother Nature being what it is, if there's a really good 4-inch caliper tree, but it's, 10 feet that way, we want to be able to use that as the one, rather than planting a new one and taking that one down.
Right, but what I'm saying is if you go 10 feet that way for this one and then 10 feet that way for that one,
Right.
you're creating a much larger space than
Understood.
was proposed. So I just want to make sure that the spacing is within reason, the same as the plan.
So this only affects that southerly portion, right?
Yeah, that was the only place where the transplants were included in the design, was that swath along the southern boundary.
So I just wanted to make that clear for the ZBA person who didn't like the way we handled solar. 'Cause they're probably not here in the audience, they're not.
Is this just a simple motion and approval or?
It is, and the reason I suggested that they approach you this way is they're not looking to change anything other than the method that they get to the final product. And if I recall correctly, the board had originally requested that they look at selective cutting, and there was a discussion about the cost and the impact of doing the project with selective cutting, and then I think as they got into it, they found that it's probably, even though it's trickier to do selective cutting than clear cutting, it's less tricky than trying to transplant mature trees from one place on site to another.
And as I recall, that is one of the things that we requested in the original.
Right, no, I understand.
And as before, with de minimis changes, you mentioned keeping spacing similar. You can include language of that in the approval of that change so that there's a record of it and you have something to come back to.
So we would say something that, what was the original spacing?
The spacing was, I don't think defined, but they're specifically shown, locations are shown.
Not to exceed whatever the 20 feet in between or something like that, I mean, that was.
When working with with David E. Ross and then Thomas and Beals, the decision wasn't specific spacing on the plantings due to the plan for the plantings was to block the abutters. So our goal was to have some variability there to be able to plant so the abutters are blocked from the array. So we achieved that goal.
Yeah, so we didn't, on the original plan, we did not prescribe a distance between these trees, but given that it is, these are where the trees shall be.
Scale plan with those trees on there.
Yeah, this plan, we would have to transplant a tree in that precise location.
Right.
But it looks like it's a little further, the smaller evergreen plantings along the line, those were prescribed as 20 feet apart on center.
Right, those are the nursery stock though.
Yeah, the transplants look a little further apart than that, so they might have been more like 30 feet apart, something like that, just guessing off the drawing here.
I would make a motion to approve the de minimis change submission for Settlers Solar at 994 Northfield Road.
Oh, second.
For discussion?
Yeah, I would just ask if Ms. Bertram would like to amend her motion to include the language for the spacing. Just that it would
Well, what I'm hearing is that there isn't any language for spacing. It's based on the plan, which
Okay.
shows where the trees have to go. So that's where the trees are gonna go.
Okay, that's fine then. I'll second that motion.
So for discussion?
I struggle with it a little bit because we got a lot of pushback from the public on screening and the reduced buffers. So I don't know what we can do in this situation to try to increase the amount of buffer that is still in spirit with what was approved. My other concern would be the quality of those trees. I mean, this is a pretty big site, and I'm guessing they're gonna clear it with a feller buncher. They're not gonna directionally fell all these things by hand and put ropes in them. And so what's the quality of the tree that's left versus what you would have gotten if you had gone through the transplanting cycle and all that, that's all. Not opposed to it, just feel like we need to be very specific and
Well, the decision required, and I wasn't part of the decision, so I'm not sure that, I want to make sure that I'm correct, but my understanding is that there are certain trees required at certain locations. And this change states that there's a guarantee that every new nursery tree and preserved tree for 36 months after the project is completely operational. So if they damage the tree by when they fell the other trees, they're going to end up transplanting it. They're going to end up putting a new tree in. I mean,
if it does.
If it does,
Within
right.
36
If it
months.
doesn't die.
Okay, so if it doesn't die,
Live there with one branch left on it.
okay, so what would you,
And then the flip side of it too is if you've got a 4-inch caliper tree that's growing in a regular forest, its density is far less than nursery growing stock that comes out of the field.
okay.
But
It's
they weren't
a very-
proposing nursery stock, they were proposing to take the trees from
They were gonna
where they were
transplant-
cutting
They were
anyways.
transplanting them.
But the theory being if you were transplanting,
You have more to
you're
choose
gonna
from.
transplant the best trees off of the site. I don't know, I know we've gotten a lot of grief over this project in particular and this
Well, if-
buffer and screening in particular, so.
Is there a better word than operational then? Could we approve the de minimis change with a stipulation regarding the trees? I mean, is there a way to quantify how healthy a tree is?
Well, I can tell you that I feel like nursery stock would be better.
Bunch of Charlie Brown trees out there.
Nursery stock of native species.
Yeah. Exactly, versus selectively leaving trees, I think would be better, but the success rate probably isn't going to be as high.
Now that we're having a discussion on a move in a second, am I able to ask the applicant a question?
For clarification, yeah.
Clarification. I would also like to clarify that the cost involved of whatever new trees you need does not come out of that $50,000.
No, that's correct, agreed. That's our expense, and the 4-inch caliper trees, I was listening to the discussion earlier about local nurseries, and we're happy to look at local nurseries. My understanding, though, is that the 4-inch caliper, 15 to 20 foot height, is the selection of nurseries that offers those is a little more limited.
Yeah, it might be. Yep.
We've had, that pricing evaluation done, and we're prepared for it.
Appreciate the offer. Thank you.
Do you know how many trees it is?
52.
All right, there's a motion and a second, and
Well, I guess I want to understand the concerns, because, it's contradictory to what I'm hearing from the other from Tanner, is that, do we have anything from Tom Christopher, the town's consultant, relative to this change? Because the letter from the applicant states that based on the recommendations of the town's consultant, Tom Christopher, that transplanting all the trees may not result in good survival rates, using all nursery trees. Do we have anything from Mr. Christopher?
May I promote using transplanted trees?
Right. Oh, okay, so not the nursery trees, transplanting trees.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Which nursery trees are technically transplants, but.
Right.
But
yeah,
you're not ripping them out of the soil and moving them someplace.
Right,
yeah.
thank you, yeah, that's the main.
Sorry. That technical term, ripping them out of the soil.
They do. They participate them, they grow them around.
Yeah, the difference is it's grown in a.
We have,
Box has been picked and.
Right.
And they get a good root ball versus.
Stefan has if it's helpful,
I have some examples
photography.
of trees in that area that.
Oh, great. These are a selection of the trees that would be potentially preserved under this alternative.
Just as it reads in your application, preserve any tree of general size and 4-inch caliber. That to me sounded like you were gonna keep every tree, not just select trees. That's just what it read.
That's true.
But you're not showing the canopy of the tree, you're just showing the 4 inches.
No,
There's a couple of them.
They're actually, so the caliper shot and then the following shot is the shot of the tree.
Okay.
Obviously, nature is what it is. Some of those the calipers are open to 4-inch, so some of them are a little bit smaller, so I'm trying to, and some are larger than the 4-inch caliper.
Do you think, Tanner, in your opinion, a certain variety of tree, if it is more conducive of visual buffering than another? I mean,
Well, if I was.
with pine trees,
The evergreen
better,
value.
you have a.
Yeah, if I was.
You got something that's lollipopped, it's gonna be.
Because these aren't gonna provide a lot of buffer that I'm seeing.
And I'm just concerned about it because I feel like we've heard a lot of concerns from the residents, and so I feel like we need to respect their concerns and make sure whatever we do here, we is fearless with that. So.
We have site reports from Mr. Christopher, but nothing mentioning the trees specifically. He did attend the pre-construction meeting, and he did mention to me that he felt that transplanting was a potential concern as far as viability for the long term. And then he mentioned that he had spoken with the Next AMP representatives regarding potentially keeping in place as a more viable lifespan, but he didn't indicate anything in writing.
So if I may, what is the next step above a de minimis change?
It would be a standard modification, be a public hearing, and,
Oh, well,
Who
all of that.
determines whether it's that or not?
The board.
Do you have any information as to how many of the 52 trees would be nursery stock now?
You probably have a rough estimate, just from your flagging some of them, right? I mean, what would you?
I actually, so those trees are tagged, ones that I specifically chose. So I chose 52 trees in a location that was within that 20-foot diameter. There's also a number up to 200 trees that are in that area that have not been touched. So there's the opportunity to choose. And if they're not viable or don't survive, we will replace them with nursery stock. I mean, if nursery stock makes sense, instead of keeping the trees, then that is an option.
well, then there's the point that these guys were in solid canopy, so the only thing developed really well is the canopy. The lower portions are not necessarily developed unless it's an evergreen. And then if it's an evergreen, it's been squashed.
That's true. I would add that any of the transplants would have been a similar situation from that.
That's a good point, yep.
I would also reiterate the original plan, which is approved. You know, if we chose to withdraw this de minimis change request, we could go out and attempt the transplants. That we feel this is offering more protection by adding that guarantee, the 36-month guarantee, to all of the trees, whether installed or preserved in that zone. that guarantee did not exist or apply to those trees in particular under the approved design. As an additional item, the town does have that pot of money available, which can be at the town's discretion and landowner discretion, planted on neighboring properties as additional screening, or with our reasonable approval, if I recall the legal language correctly, on the solar project property. So if there were, some kind of gap identified down the road, there is that available as additional screening filler.
I would disagree with you on the guarantee portion of things, because my understanding would be that once you transplant the tree, you're planting that tree, and that guarantee was for anything that was planted, whether it was on site or brought in.
I don't believe that was the wording.
Well, we can do the conditions. Did we have that?
The decision?
Paragraph 14.
All new trees to be installed by the applicant per the final plan submitted during the public hearing shall be from nursery stock and shall be subject to a minimum 1-year warranty, provided further that the applicant shall warranty all trees it installs for the duration of the construction of the project plus 36 months following the date the project becomes completely operational, and shall promptly replace the same should tree fatally have an adverse effect on the visual buffer that the trees are meant to provide, as determined by a designee of the board in his or her reasonable discretion.
So it did apply to all the trees.
That's what it sounds like.
It begins with new trees.
Right, but then it goes on, and it does state that all trees would be covered by the guarantee. The way
I think it's just a perception of the word installed trees, which I think my and our understanding when that language was crafted intended to refer to installed nursery trees, not a transplant from the site. But
Our council remains silent on this issue, so it'll mean...
I respond when spoken to, so if you'd like my response, I'm happy to. So I do think that there was an intentional disconnect between the first and the second part of that condition. So the applicant's representative is correct. The paragraph, it's condition number 14, starts out saying all new trees to be installed by the applicant, and then it goes on to talk about nursery stock. But after it says so, it goes on to say, provided further that the applicant shall warranty all trees, and doesn't use the modifier new so as to distinguish from trees that might be, for example, transplanted.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
sure.
Feel free to speak up anytime you like. And especially if you see us going in the wrong direction.
Sure.
All right, so...
So there is a motion and a second, we should probably take action.
We're still
on
in
the
discussion?
motion. Okay,
Right?
okay.
Is there any further discussion about the motion? Which was amended to include...
I was just going to say, it needs to be amended to include, well, although the decision states the guarantee, does it make sense to include it as part of the diminished? It does?
It does.
Okay.
Because that was the legal opinion and it was differing from the applicant.
Well, if we
No,
approve
I
the
just
de
think,
minimis-
yeah, no.
de minimis change.
With the condition.
But they've incorporated the...
They've incorporated, so I think the
Yeah.
amendment that Mr. Bittner asked for was the reasonable spacing,
Right. and
similar
I-
to the approved plan.
But the approved plan states where the trees are going to go.
Yeah,
and-
right.
and
It's a
so
scaled plan with trees on there.
The
so
Correct.
trees
it
are
would have to be
shown,
to
so I
scale.
don't think we need to, it's going to be according to the plan. Whether they're existing trees or nursery trees, they're going to go where the trees are shown on the plan.
Well, I think what the applicant represented, and I think what I heard Mr. Bittner's concern was that, and it says in the first,
It's just the way it's worded.
it says within 20 to 30 foot radius of the transplant locations. So they're representing that they can't guarantee that there's going to be a viable tree at the location that it shows on the plan.
Oh, okay.
So they're asking for some bit of variance, and I think what Mr. Bittner said is if one tree moves to the west and the tree next to it moves to the east, and they both go 30 feet from the spot, you're looking at doubling the potential spacing. So if the trees look to be between 30 and 40 feet apart on the approved plan, so if there was language that said trees shall not be spaced greater than 50 feet apart, right, to give them a little bit of wiggle room, or 40 feet apart, as per laid out on the plan. At least there's a more,
I guess I think that gives them more leeway, because on the plan it says, they show a plan and they say within within an approximate radius of 20 to 30 feet of the location shown. So they're asking for the same thing.
the red line on there is,
Yeah.
that's their proposed amendment to the plan. So we require a red line plan as part of the de minimis change. So they're indicating that that red bubble would be a new note. And so I think,
But what is the scale now? When you say 50 feet, what is that scale now?
this is an 11 by 17, so it's not to scale, but
I
their indication is that the lower trees are 20 feet apart.
There is a bar scale.
I thought we had a spacing.
I don't think that there was never a number put to it. The board accepted the plan as it was laid out.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes.
I think I understand Mr. Bittner's concern, so if there's a reasonable, no more than this distance apart condition, we'd be agreeable
Right,
to
so if
that.
they do have to pick two that are 30 feet in the opposite direction, they should have to put one in the middle to make it,
So are you saying no more than 30 feet apart?
I mean, it looks like some of them they're not spaced equidistant. Because if you look at the east side of the plan.
So this could be more than one de minimis change.
I'm looking at, because I see about, what are they, 20 feet between the nursery stock that's gonna be going in along the border.
Mhm.
So, I mean, the larger trees look to be close to double that.
But if you look at the west side of the project, they're closer together. And if you go to the east side, as they come around that curve,
Yep.
the two in the rear row are certainly greater than any of the other trees. So it's really, I think, difficult to put a prescribed number to it.
We'd also be amenable to, if another alternative solution was to shrink down that radius that we've offered, we'd be amenable to that as well.
Mr. Cool.
If I may, first question is, how critical is it that you get a decision tonight on this?
We would like to be one and done and be able to proceed with construction.
I have a hard time visualizing what this is gonna look like without being on the site, and I'm wondering if there's a method by which we could elect somebody to go out and just approve what they're saving. And would you be open to, in some of these situations, you may not have the perfect 4-inch caliper tree, but you may have two smaller trees, and you save the two smaller trees, you've got more trees, but they're spaced, you know what I mean?
Right.
I feel like if Mother Nature planted all this stuff, and in some cases, you just have to work with what you've got, and in the spirit of cooperation, realizing that the residents were very concerned about screening specifically on this part of the site, I feel it would be helpful if, maybe not the entire board, but we just go out there and we,
If we had a sidewalk, whoever
Yeah.
wanted to go could.
because you made a reference to roughly 200 trees still being there, so we have 200 to quote-unquote pick from.
But may I suggest maybe we include a condition that would allow the board, whether the board or through Tom Christopher, approval of whatever tree we intend on preserving, or, okay, that one doesn't look like it's gonna be what we want, so we would prefer that be a nursery stock tree in that location. I'd prefer not to hold up construction and wait for everybody to decide, but we'd be willing to be subject to a condition that after the fact, okay, that tree doesn't look like it meets our standards, so we'd prefer that be nursery stock.
What is Tom Christopher's role? What is he a consultant of?
He is the erosion sedimentation wetlands consultant that the board included as part of their monitoring in the agreement. And he's also doing work for the Conservation Commission on their order of conditions on the site due to the extensive nature of wetlands and the extensive nature of monitoring needed for a site
Okay.
of this size.
Yeah, I went to all their meetings on this too, so I'm familiar. All right, I'm confident in his abilities to identify trees that would be the best suited for screening, but that's just me. I think this is a de minimis change, as long as they keep the spacing as they had said. I'm okay with the change.
I'm somewhat familiar with Mr. Christopher, and I'm confident as well.
So do we need to amend the
That would
motion
be-
to
that would be-
include language regarding his role in this?
I would suggest if
I
you...
was kind of asking town council
Yes.
since he's there, yes, okay. Do you have any suggested language that we could use?
I do. So the motion that's on the floor is to approve the change, and did you incorporate in the motion the previous amendment that you had been discussing, or is it simply to approve the change as presented?
We were talking about the amendment about what the spacing would be.
Okay, I'm not sure that the motion actually included that amendment. So if that's the motion on the floor, you can amend your motion, and the second can amend her second. I would just suggest that it be to approve the de minimis change that's before you, subject to Mr. Christopher's reasonable review and approval of the,
Selection of trees outlined in the application or something like that?
or their substitution with a different or greater number of trees, or their replacement with a nursery stock, depending upon him using his discretion. If the tree is straggly and there's nothing nearby, then maybe it's a replacement with nursery stock. If there's a 3-inch caliper and a 2-inch caliper tree nearby, and those are going to take the place of the 4-inch caliper, and that's acceptable to the applicant, then maybe that's his decision. But I think providing that flexibility in the motion makes sense.
Was Mrs. Bertram's motion.
Oh, okay.
So let her
I'm
make
sorry.
it and amend it if she chooses to.
I'm not going to try to re-say what you just said, so I would amend my motion to include the language outlined by town council. And I would also state that we require a distance of no more than 30 feet between trees.
I would amend my second to reflect that.
Any further discussion? Does that sound reasonable?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm abstaining from this one.
Aye. 4 and 1 abstention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. The next item is, Arrow Estates. We've closed the hearing and we're just discussing.
You're deliberating and...
Deliberating the decision.
Correct.
So,
You said you did, so I made sure I didn't. Figured it was going to be pretty beefy.
so Greg and Rhonda are not able to partake in this, right?
We're able to
Correct.
participate, just not vote.
Correct.
Participate, not vote?
Correct.
Good clarification.
Leave me hanging.
So should we read these 22 pages into the record?
No.
So, I'm sorry. Don't want to be premature, but I did notice a few things when reviewing the minutes. One of the residents had asked how many bedrooms each unit would have, and the answer was 3 to 4. And then with the limited amount of information I got, I would question who is Dennis L. Mayer? In his opinion, 3 bedrooms per home would be the maximum.
What are you
The-
reading from?
From the February 15th, 2013 letter from Dennis L. Mayer, recharge availability for Aru Estates in Lunenburg.
That was one of the abutters?
I think he was their hydrologist.
They're Title V consultant.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure it was clear whether they were allowed to have, we're not approving something that's not going to work. If they're saying they're going to have 4 bedrooms and this guy's saying they're only allowed 3.
That's based on nitrogen loading, and that's a Board of Health.
That's based on Board of Health.
That's based on Board of Health regulations,
Okay.
and the decision clearly states that they have to comply with all Board of Health regulations.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
That's
that-
absolutely correct. So, and if I may, through you, Mr. Chairman, so the subdivision process is somewhat more restrictive than what you're used to in the context of special permit or site plan review. You can't determine number of bedrooms. We'll discuss momentarily the very use of the individual lots in terms of single families versus single families with accessory apartments versus home occupations. Now you're getting into zoning, that's exactly what you do in the context of site plan review or special permits. But with subdivision, you're simply looking at the actual subdivision that's been created on the ground. They could propose 7-bedroom homes, but they'd never get approval from the Board of Health to do that. So we have a condition into the decision, as we've talked about before, that certainly makes this board's approval contingent upon approval from Concom, approval from Board of Health, and they'll need to go and present the adequate information to those boards and commissions to satisfy them that they can build what they're proposing to build. They can get an appropriate size septic system. They can do it, they can get the property to perk. They won't impinge upon wetlands, things like that.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't trying to play Monday morning quarterback. I
Oh,
just
no,
saw
it's a fair
conflicting
question.
information through the minutes and what I was given, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I attempt to sort of walk through the decision a bit?
Please do.
Okay, thank you. Let me first say that the applicant has a copy of the decision. I've received a bit of feedback from the applicant's counsel, which I'll address as we get to particular conditions. Let me apologize for the lateness of this document's arrival. As you can see from the length of it, it was somewhat more substantial of an undertaking than I had thought it would be, in part because I thought it necessary to really create this is 10 years of litigation plus, as you well know, and I thought it important to have a self-contained document that tells a bit of the history so we understand the context in which this arises, that this is not something that the board has vetted in the course of a few months or even a year, but over the course of a number of years with reviews that occurred a number of years. And the fact that, to be candid, the board's hands are tied somewhat with respect to what's before you now, because it's before you now in the context of a remand and a separate and final judgment, or a series of them that have issued from the land court. So I think it was important to place all of that in context. And so that's what the first several pages does. Page 2, procedural history, you can see that I've got 3 paragraphs there that sort of tell a little bit of the history of what's occurred here.
And I will remind the new members of the board that council was not present during many of those years, right? What, have you been here for 3 years now?
That's correct.
Right.
Many of them, yes.
Right.
So I had to do a bit of digging back to get my dates correct. So beginning in the bottom of page 2, we have just a brief summary of what we've talked about before. You can see the bulleted list of what had been proposed by the applicant in the context of the settlement discussions that occurred. That carries on to page 3. And then I followed the usual form of your past decisions. I've drafted a couple for you in my time here with the town, providing for a summary of the discussion that occurred on page 3, who was present when the hearing opened, what the board received, who represented the applicant, what the applicant presented to the board, what the board questioned of the applicant, what public comment was received, and then the motion that continued it. Same thing, I'm on page 4. You can see discussion at the second session of the public hearing on May 13th. Same thing, members present, applicant's representation, applicant's presentation, board member comments, opportunity for public comment, and then again, a further motion closing the public hearing. And then deliberations on today's date, June 10th, listing the board members present. You can see here that I have a statement, and I'll confirm this, that of the 5 members present, only M. Allison, T. Cole, and P. Bertram were eligible to vote on the applications. Pursuant to Chapter 39, Section 23D, T. Cole had certified in writing that all evidence received at the May 13, 2019 session of the public hearing had been examined by him, including an audio or video recording of the session or a transcript thereof. And I presume that that's been done and that document's in the record, which of course makes you, Tanner, eligible to vote under the exception to the Mullen Rule, even though you've missed 1 meeting, which is important to maintain our membership of three voting members. It then goes on to say a draft decision was circulated at tonight's meeting, and that based on the above, and this is sort of the punchline here, based on the above and acknowledging that the separate and final judgments of the land court have become final per the parties' settlement, the board found that the applications for definitive subdivision plan approval, if and only as conditioned below, conform to the board's rules and regulations, governing the subdivision of land, except insofar as those requirements were waived by the issuance of those aforementioned judgments, and further conform to the Board of Health's recommendations relative thereto. And you do have a letter in the file from the Board of Health back in 2013 with that recommendation. And then I go on to address the conditions. So we've got, a few pages of conditions. They look to be much more than they actually are, because many of these are standard form or boilerplate conditions. And then we have about a page to a page and a half worth of specific conditions, which in large part were what were included in the settlement agreement that was negotiated. And many of you are familiar with that because you were part of those discussions. I'd like to walk through the general conditions in some respects very briefly, but in some respects with a bit more detail because of the conversations that I've had with Attorney Bornstein and a few requests that he has relative to modifying the wording. And we had talked last meeting about how it makes some sense to try and do that, particularly given the history of litigation here, to be sure that nothing is going to prompt a new lawsuit, at least not a lawsuit on the part of the applicant or the part of the board. So, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'll start on page 5 with general condition number 1.
Please do.
Condition number 1 simply says that the board's issuance of the definitive subdivision plan approval for Arrow Estates 1 through Arrow Estates 10 is based on the plans referenced in Exhibit A. You can see currently Exhibit A, which is the last page, is just blank. We're going to compile a list subject to the board's vote of everything that's in the file. There were limited resubmittals that were made back in early April 9th, I think, was the date of submittal. And so we'll include a complete list there, and we'll include the revision dates, given that some changes were made at the last session of the public hearing to address some of the reconfiguration that have been discussed. General condition 2 says subdivision of the locus and the construction of single-family dwellings therein shall be in substantial conformance with the documents and plans unless otherwise specified herein. Substantial deviations require review and approval of the board. Condition number 3, this is one that Attorney Bornstein had a comment on and proposed slight rewording, to which I really have no objection. So the way that I had drafted it, it says that the board requires that the use of the buildable lots shown in the plans be for single-family dwellings only, as has been represented by the applicant. It is the determination of the board that any other use would be contrary to or in violation of the town zoning bylaw. I don't want to speak for him, but I will, and he can correct me if I'm incorrect, but I don't believe that Attorney Bornstein had any objection to the second sentence of paragraph 3 or condition 3, but the first sentence just suggested that somehow through the subdivision process, the board was limiting the future use of these lots in a way that zoning wouldn't limit them. And I remarked before on things like home occupations or accessory apartments. He's not suggesting, the applicant isn't, Attorney Bornstein isn't, that they're proposing any of those things at this stage in the process. But if zoning allows them to do those things, then I think Attorney Bornstein's point is they're allowed to do those things. So his minor modification simply replaced the first sentence. I'll just read the whole condition again. He proposes a statement that says, "It has been represented by the applicant that the intended primary use of the buildable lots shown in the plans will be for single-family dwellings. It is the determination of the board that any other primary use would be contrary to or in violation of the town zoning bylaw." Essentially says the same thing, it's just modifying the wording slightly, deferring more heavily to the zoning bylaw requirements. Again, I have no objection to that because that is those are the limits on the board's jurisdiction in this context. Is, what's before it is a subdivision application. The zoning bylaw speaks for itself. Same can be said, as we said a moment ago, with regard to septic, with regard to wetlands. Those are also going to define what can and can't be done on these lots. Condition number 4, I'm not going to read it because you've seen it before. It's in the settlement agreement, and I've taken it more or less verbatim from the settlement agreement. It's the standard condition that you've included probably in past subdivision approvals, referencing Chapter 41, Section 81U, which is the mechanism for a performance guarantee to be sure that roadways, infrastructure, public services are constructed prior to the release of any covenant or at such time as the board has sufficient money in its possession or a bond or other form of security to ensure that those components of the project will get finished and the applicant won't get partway through them and then go belly up or walk away from the project or something of that sort. Paragraph 5 says, again, standard condition, to the extent that the subdivisions are requiring other permits, licenses, or approvals from any other official board, commission, or committee of the town or agency of the Commonwealth or the federal government, whether as a result of the conditions or otherwise, then the applicant has to seek it from the appropriate board or commission. And I've specifically cited, as one of you had requested during the public hearing, I've specifically cited to the town's Board of Health and Conservation Commission, because we know that the applicant has to go to them both. Paragraph number 6 simply indicates that the within approvals of the plans by the board are not treated at or deemed to be approvals by the Board of Health for permits for the construction or use in any lot within the subdivisions of individual or shared sewage or septic systems, and then goes on to say that the applicant is required to go to the Board of Health and get approvals. There is a contingency here as well, that copies of septic designs be submitted to the board for approval as to layout, grading, and other components that might affect drainage patterns. That's pretty typical, because that would then impinge upon your jurisdiction. And the board, if it is going to substantially affect or significantly affect drainage patterns, the board would then could then require amended plans and amended drainage calcs, just to be sure that it's not going to have an effect on stormwater management.
Interrupt you so when you say board in that sixth condition, you're talking about this board?
Yes, the term board is defined at the beginning, I think, as the planning board. So in some instances, I distinguish between Board of Health or Board of Selectmen, but wherever a reference is made to board, it's to this board.
So that states that septic designs are going to have to come back to us?
That's correct.
Okay.
If they have an effect on drainage patterns.
As
most do.
Well, they're saying, you actually say all septic designs.
As may affect drainage patterns at the end.
To be determined by who?
It would be determined by the applicant's engineer if you want to provide a different mechanism. I mean, I don't know to what extent there's going to be a peer review. I imagine that there would be before Board of Health. Who does your board use, do you know? Your Board of Health?
Well, we've got Jim Gareffi as our agent.
Associated Boards of Health, Jim Gareffi.
Okay. So we can, would you prefer to defer to him, or as determined by the Board of Health? It's up to you. I've seen these phrased, this is the typical condition that's been used in most communities. If you want to specify that it's determined by the health agent, by the Board of Health, by a third-party reviewer, you can be specific here.
Well, the septic plans are gonna have to be reviewed by our Board of Health.
Correct.
Which is inclusive of Jim, I believe.
Right, but the question is whether or not it affects the drainage.
patterns?
So who's going to make the determination whether or not it affects the drainage?
Gareffi's pretty sharp.
I think, I agree. I think it would be by the Board of Health agent.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Paragraph 7 is a similar provision that relates, instead of to the Board of Health, to the Conservation Commission, requiring that order of conditions be obtained, and again, to the extent that there's inconsistency between the order of conditions and the plan that's approved, with the order of conditions and the plan that's approved under this decision, that the applicant shall be required to come back to the board for modification.
And I guess I'm not seeing, it doesn't say for drainage, but what is it?
Any inconsistency.
Any?
In the event of any inconsistency between the plans.
Deviation from the approved.
Their plans and plans that the board approves.
Yeah, I mean, this is a risk when an applicant pursues piggybacked approvals as opposed to seeking them simultaneously. We've had this happen with, special permit, site plan review, order of conditions, septic. If you get site plan review or a special permit from planning, zoning, and you haven't gotten your order of conditions yet, and then you go to Concom and they make modifications to your project that means that the plans that are approved by them are inconsistent with what you just got approved from planning or zoning, you got to go back to planning or zoning.
Right, if they require the shift of a house or the relocation of a drainage swale, or then it has to come back.
Some applicants will pursue them simultaneously, and that gives them the benefit of maybe not closing out one process before they get a good sense as to where the boards are on the plan. Similarly, they're before you now on remand with respect to a subdivision application, and they've got to make trips to Concom, they've got to make trips to the Board of Health, and if as a result of those trips there are modifications made that bring their project out of compliance with what you're approving. Now, it's a little different because unlike a special permit where you're approving every component of the project. This is a subdivision approval, so you're approving the layout of the individual lots, you're approving the layout of the roadways. If those shift, or again, if the drainage design changes in such a way that the plans approved by the Conservation Commission would be inconsistent with what you've approved, they've got to come back to you. If they're not inconsistent, then they don't need to come back before your board.
So this would be, in the opinion of the conservation approval, which would require Matt Morrow to review the approved plans and compare them with their approvals.
Right, I mean, it much like condition 6, and this is why I said very often there is no reference to, who makes the determination, because ultimately building permits issue from your building department. So the building department reviews in an ideal world, the building department reviews the permits and approvals that have been issued and determines whether the application for building permits are consistent with the plans of record. And when the building commissioner gets a copy of a building permit application and then sees that there are referenced subdivision plans and an order of conditions and an order of conditions plan and a septic permit and a septic plan, and pulls those plans and sees that they're inconsistent with one another, the applicant doesn't have consistent plans and no permit can issue. Okay. I understand from your perspective that maybe it helps, from the board's perspective, maybe it helps to have an earlier control on the process.
We're not even positive we'll have a building official at that point anyway.
Right.
So
I think 7 is probably an easier one than 6, because 6 we're dealing with drainage pattern changes alone and who makes that determination, whereas 7 we're dealing with any inconsistency between the plans. But if you want to say as determined by the Conservation Commission, we can include that as well, or by the conservation agent.
I think we just leave it the way it is, because that way, if whether it be, maybe Adam would review the plan and say, hey, this isn't what's on the subdivision plan, or, I think leaving it open means that anybody can make that decision.
Well, do you review conservation plans?
Depends. Not every plan.
Not typically, then.
But this is a little larger of a project than a lot of what conservation does, so.
You would help
If Matt were to come down and say, Calvin O'Brien filed with me, I'd be like, well, we have these plans that they approved, here's a copy of them, let's look at what he submitted to you, or, he comes down and says, last night the commission said he has to do this, okay, well, let's look at how that jives with what's here.
As reviewed within the land use building, or land use office?
So it sounds like the conservation agent probably will take the first crack at this, and is going to be reviewing it anyway when it's before the Conservation Commission. So we could say, in the event of any inconsistency between the plans and those approved by the Conservation Commission, as determined by the conservation agent or otherwise. It's really anybody can make the determination here that there's an inconsistency, and either there is or there isn't an inconsistency.
Okay. That doesn't
we
get...
just put as identified by town officials and just
I think
skip
that's,
the whole
I think
that's fine.
That's a much better, that's a cleaner way to put it.
It can be anybody, that's
fine.
Actually, that makes sense to put that in number 6 instead of the Board of Health agent, too.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Just town officials in 6 rather than Board of Health agent.
Okay. I'll make that change to both conditions 6 and 7.
Thank you.
So condition 8, this is another one for which I received some feedback from Attorney Bornstein, and I'm going to sort of defer to the board a bit here in terms of the wordsmithing, although I've put a little something together which I've run by Attorney Bornstein, and I think he was going to run it by his client and sort of jump out of his seat if anything I say here is something he's uncomfortable with.
Poised.
Okay. So the intent of condition number 8 is to ensure that really the crux of the subdivision, roadways, utilities, stormwater management facilities, are either accepted as public, which can be done at some point in the future, requires a town meeting vote for that to occur, and this board has no authority over dictating a town meeting vote or not. And because this board has no authority in dictating a town meeting vote, if that vote doesn't occur, that they will remain private, and that there will be a mechanism to ensure that they're cared for, that they're maintained, that they're repaired, that they're plowed and sanded, etc. So I wrote it in that way. Attorney Bornstein approached me and said, there's a couple of concerns here. We just want to be sure, number one, that it's our intention for these to be accepted as public, so that nothing here is preventing that from occurring in the future, preventing us from, I would say that that can't occur anyway within the confines of a planning board decision, but nonetheless, he wanted to be sure that there's no intent here on the part of the board expressed for these to remain private in the event that town meeting sees fit to approve them as public. Number two, and you would probably know this better than I would, but there are some communities that will plow and sand at a minimum, and sometimes go so far as to just regularly maintain, even go so far as to pave roadways that have not been accepted as public.
No, we do not.
So the comment here was, can we structure this a bit differently or wordsmith it a bit differently so that it's clear that the town recognizes that these are going to be, or that it's the applicant's desire that these be public ways, but then still protects itself and says that if they're going to remain private ways, then they're going to be cared for by the applicant or the applicant's successor in a sign, which would presumably be some form or some series of homeowners associations. So I'm going to read this a little differently, and it just starts out differently, and then we sort of we move right into, I guess, sentence number 2. But this is sort of what I've tweaked a bit, and I think meets with the applicant's satisfaction. The board anticipates that the roadways, comma, and accompanying utilities and stormwater management facilities, comma, will be accepted by the town as public. Unless and until that occurs, and unless the town determines otherwise, and then we go into sentence 2, all responsibility for maintenance of and repairs to said infrastructure shall be that of the applicant and thereafter a homeowners association or other entity created by it.
I'm not comfortable with that wording.
I don't have a problem with it.
I'm not comfortable with that because we can't anticipate what the townspeople are going to do.
It doesn't imply that we do. It says as the board anticipates.
I'm not comfortable with it. We could say the board anticipates that the applicant will seek, because it's up to the applicant to bring it forward. If a subdivision is created, and this happens all the time, and it's happened in times when the applicant has brought forward a subdivision, and then there are concerns raised about the integrity of the road or a Gabion wall, I know several instances in which there were issues raised with the acceptance of the way, and to me, that means that the board is implying that we don't have that power. So, if it's the applicant's intent to bring forward to the town for acceptance as public ways, I understand that, and that's within the applicant's right, but it's not us to do that. And to me, that puts some implication that it's the board going to be bringing it forward, and I'm not comfortable with the way that it's worded.
Can we reword it to say, as the board anticipates the applicant will seek to have?
I have to agree with Paula. When we accept roadways, do they ask our opinion?
No, they have to apply to.
No, but I'm saying if for any subdivision that gets requested to be taken over by the town, do they ask the planning board's opinion?
Yeah, so what happens is...
Right, so I wouldn't, just the wording of it that way, I have to agree with Paula, kind of sounds like we're endorsing it, that we want it to be taken over by the town, which I wouldn't be able to make that decision as of now. I'd have to
So
look at
what
it.
happens is, the subdivision gets approved, or a subdivision is approved. Generally, a covenant or bond of some manner is in place. They go and build the roadways, build the houses, finish the roadways, come and say, we want release of all of our covenant or bond, and the board does a final inspection through the third-party engineer and gets a checklist, and they finish those items, the board releases it. They can either retain it as a private road, or they petition the Board of Selectmen for a layout, a layout hearing. So the Board of Selectmen schedule a layout hearing. They refer the matter to the planning board. The planning board makes a report to the selectmen for their layout hearing. The selectmen vote to or not to lay out the road. Once they've voted to lay out the road, it then goes to town meeting, and town meeting is the ultimate body that accepts the road. So the planning board is giving a report. Oftentimes, the content of that report is, yes, the subdivision was approved, yes, they've satisfied all of our conditions.
And yes, the roadway meets the requirements of the planning board.
standards of the subdivision
Because
control law.
in the past, what we typically get, when I served on the board, we would get a report that, yes, this roadway meets the standards set forth by the planning board. That's our recommendation, but whether or not the road is laid out and whether or not the road is accepted is out of our hands.
Correct.
So, to Ms. Bertram's point, and to sort of echo what the chair just recommended, so we could modify what has already been modified, what I read into the record, and state something to the effect of, the board understands that the applicant will seek acceptance as public of the roadways and accompanying utilities and stormwater management facilities, unless and until that occurs, and unless the town determines otherwise, and then continue from there.
Right.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Because, yeah, I mean, we kind of ran into that issue with Flat Hill.
And I don't really understand why they need to prepare a layout, because it's already laid out. It's meted and bounded, and it conforms, because we wouldn't have approved it if it didn't. Right?
If I could, so you're correct. The mechanism for acceptance of ways as public is statutory. It's sort of difficult because it's not only is it statutory, but it's been statutory for, I don't know, 75 years, 100 years. So there is a requirement of a layout hearing and a layout being placed on record with the town clerk. If you've already got an approved subdivision plan, that's your layout.
That's the layout, yeah.
Right. So you've still got to sort of check the boxes, but you're not really creating anything the way that you would be with a new roadway that you're trying to establish, for which there's been no subdivision.
Provided that it conforms to the plan. And if
Provided
there's
when
minor
they're built
changes,
to
or,
the
yeah,
plan.
yeah,
Correct.
exactly, exactly.
I think historically, the layout plan was for cart paths that were looking to be accepted as rights of way.
Historically, we don't have many of those either, but. So we good with the change?
I'm fine with that.
So paragraph number 9, or condition number 9, is in keeping with condition number 8, and the applicant just had a slight modification based upon what we just talked about, and it still applies relative to condition 8, and that is simply taking the phrase at the end of paragraph 9, pending roadway acceptance or other action by the town should it occur, and placing it at the beginning. So it'll read, pending roadway acceptance or other action by the town should it occur, vital access to and within the subdivisions must be maintained at all times and is the sole responsibility of the applicant. Such access includes, but is not limited to, general upkeep and maintenance, plowing, sanding, and other repairs. The idea being that in the event that the roadway becomes public, it's no longer the applicant's responsibility to ensure vital access. The town accepts that responsibility by virtue of accepting the roadways as public. Condition number 10, standard condition requiring that driveways be accessible for emergency vehicles, because we obviously don't know driveway locations yet, because you don't approve those as part of the subdivision layout. Paragraph 11 is your construction hours provision. I have a request here from Attorney Bornstein relative to the hours, and I deferred to the board. I simply took the condition from the, in fact, Settler Solar decision, where we imposed requirements with regard to hours of construction, and took it more or less verbatim and placed it into this draft decision. So that is Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., and no construction on Sunday. The applicant's request through council is that we adjust the Monday through Friday hours to begin at 7 a.m., so it's 7 to 5 instead of 8 to 5, and then we maintain the same hours of 7 to 5 on Saturdays. The applicant's justification for it, not to speak for him, was that this site is far removed from most nearby properties or most abutting properties. Again, I'm just the messenger in that regard, but I defer to the board as to what's appropriate here. Every community does it differently. As I said, I just took the condition from Settler Solar and I placed it into this document, but I've seen every possible configuration in terms of hours, days of the week, et cetera, so I defer to you.
It also relates to material move,
Exactly.
trucking and stuff like that are going to affect the surrounding area. People walking on the weekends, having trucks coming by at 7 in the morning. I wouldn't be opposed to it during the week, but I think the Saturday hours are a bit early.
Yeah, and not that I agree with the recent determination that the outlying zone is residential, but it has been said by many people in town that it is a residential zone. I don't think it's appropriate on Saturdays to change the hours.
I I'm fine with 7 to 5, Monday through Friday, but I think starting before 9 AM on a Saturday. I'm okay with longer hours on a Saturday, but I would be opposed to 9 AM for exactly the reasons that Mr. Bittner just stated, that it's not just the work on the site, it's the trucks to and from, it's the neighbors are affected in that way.
I defer to the chair as to whether the applicant has a counter proposal with respect to Saturdays, if the board is inclined to consider hours or longer hours than what we proposed here.
Is that in line with, okay, sure.
Open meeting and public hearing, you can certainly
Well, we-
solicit feedback on the conditions. It's no new information. It's just what's acceptable to them and what's not.
Okay.
What about like 9 to 4?
Let's hear,
Well,
please, would you like to speak?
I would.
Okay.
Thank you. Don Bornstein.
You need to use
At the mic, please.
Big microphone?
The big, yep.
Sam Harrell.
It's for people at home, so they can hear.
Great, I've been dying to stand up anyhow. Good evening, Don Bornstein, attorney with Johnson and Bornstein. I represent the applicant, O'Brien Homes. Mr. O'Brien is with us tonight as well. So I appreciate the cooperation on the weekday hours. It's very common for job sites to start up at 7 o'clock, so I appreciate the board's consideration on that. On the weekend hours, on the rare Saturdays that I'm not coaching a kid's sporting event, I might also want to sleep in a little bit more on a Saturday, so I could see going a little bit later on that. So if we go to like an 8 to 5 or something in that range, or if we had some cooperative hours on Saturday, a little bit longer than what's in the draft decision, I think that'd be appreciated. And the more hours we get, the quicker the project goes. So.
Well, I mean, you still got to come back for phasing, and we have to determine how many units can be built in such a period of time, so, I'm gonna back up because of all the recent stink about residential zoning in town, that it's a residential zone, apparently. I don't agree with the determination, but the outlying district, there are plenty of residents there. I don't know what the list of abutters were, but, and that's just one member, so.
I would be okay with 9 to 4. I'm not okay with 8 to 5, because I think that people have cookouts, they want to sleep late. Personally, if I can sleep till 9 o'clock on a Saturday, I do. So, I think that starting at 8 on a Saturday is a little bit too early in a residential area.
Who else would like to weigh in?
9 to 4 is good with me, even though I'm not able to vote. I'm still going to speak my piece.
Any opinion?
I would say 9 to 4 makes sense. There are a lot of abutters, and there are a couple of properties that are flanked on 3 sides by this project, so I can imagine if I lived in one of those houses, I wouldn't want anyone working before 9 o'clock on a Saturday either. So.
Let's see. Don't have to? Would you care to weigh in?
Oh, I agree. The later hours on Saturday, the better.
Would you be agreeable to 9 to 4?
Yes, I would, but it doesn't matter what I think.
Well, certainly does.
Certainly does. You're a member of this board now. So I think we have consensus around 9 to 4.
Sounds like you do. Okay. All right. Thank you for the consideration on that.
Does that work? Thank you.
Let the record note that the applicant nodded his head yes.
Where'd the photographer go?
Does this have a boom? I'll move the big microphone. Get the nod on tape.
Okay, so that's condition 11. Just trying to keep track of our changes here. Condition 12 simply provides the building commissioner and inspectors right of access into the property to confirm compliance. That's standard. Condition 13 is also standard, something we'd included with the Settler Solar decision, a pre-construction conference with land use director, police department, fire department, DPW, or their representatives to go over all the particulars of construction schedule, travel routes, sweeping of the locus, police details if necessary, things of that sort. Pretty standard stuff. Condition number 14, no construction shall commence, nor shall building permits issue unless the applicant's in full compliance with all permits, licenses, approvals, orders, and agreements. issued by or entered into with any official board, commission, or committee of the town. Paragraph 15 is one that Attorney Bornstein had a tweak to, which I agree it's sort of repetitive, and I understand why it's a point of concern. All town bylaws, rules, and regulations and policies not referenced herein, but applicable to the subdivisions or to construction therein shall be adhered to in all respects. He's okay with that provision. It then goes on to say, otherwise, the within decision shall become null and void. That suggests sort of an automatic condition that noncompliance renders a subdivision approval void. There's a mechanism for rendering the document void or for seeking enforcement of its provisions. And his comment, and I believe it to be true, is that this would be sort of a nightmare for financing purposes. When asked to give a zoning opinion, you've got this sort of automatic boomerang of a condition. So I've got no issue striking the phrase that begins with otherwise. Again, the condition's still an enforceable condition that requires compliance, and there's still a mechanism for enforcement.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Sure.
back at 13, can we include a member of the planning board as part of that pre-construction meeting? I know you had some discussion regarding it. I'd just like to have us, if we're going to be doing the phasing and things of that nature.
Absolutely.
I think we'd just give us the ability to have a more active role.
If that's the desire of the board, then certainly we can do that.
Yeah, I
would
think it
agree.
makes sense, absolutely.
Condition 16 requires the decision and plans to be recorded with the Registry of Deeds. 17 requires as-built plans to be completed and filed prior to conveyance of the final lot in the subdivision or any phase of the subdivision.
I'm sorry, I wanted to comment on 14.
Oh, please do.
So, is that last sentence that was omitted? No, 15, I'm sorry.
15.
Otherwise, the within decision shall become null and void. Would that be appropriate on smaller projects?
So it's less of a question of appropriateness and more of a question of sort of internal consistency. So there are mechanisms that exist, most statutory, but some that are further supported by general bylaw provisions or zoning bylaw provisions for, or subdivision provisions for enforcing noncompliance with the decision. So you've got mechanisms, for example, to use non-criminal disposition to fine individuals who aren't complying with your zoning. You've got a mechanism to seek zoning enforcement through Chapter 48, Section 7.
That hasn't worked so well for us.
Right, well, none of these are fail-proof by any means, and a lot of them take a long time, and some of them don't work well. But those are the statutory provisions that exist.
Okay.
The suggestion here is to say that the decision becomes null and void is problematic. Let's just say that, let's say we kept it in. You find out there's non-compliance with the town bylaw. You declare the decision null and void. Now what?
Go back to court.
You've got to use one of the same provisions that you'd otherwise use to seek zoning enforcement or subdivision enforcement or fine through non-criminal disposition. So it doesn't really open the door to anything more. It just adds a complication. We've got a provision here, which I'll get to momentarily. In fact, it's number 19 that speaks to non-compliance per statute.
I understand, but you said you grabbed this from something that we'd done before.
No, not this provision.
Okay.
So probably about 5 or 6 of these provisions I took from what I had crafted for Settler Solar, but that was a site plan approval and a special permit. This is subdivision.
Okay.
So you've not done one of these in a while, so
Okay.
I looked and pulled from various other decisions I had, and I crafted many of these specific to this project.
Thank you.
Sure. Paragraph 18 was actually something that I would have included as a standard condition anyway, but was also something that a couple of members had commented on during the public hearing, which was just an assurance that not only is the applicant bound by these provisions, but it's also binding upon successors and assigns all of the provisions, things like maintenance of the roadway, for example, unless and until it becomes public. So that's what this does. It just clarifies that.
Unless and until it becomes public in perpetuity to the assigns? Is that what this says? In perpetuity?
Yes, unless it becomes public, was speaking to the roadways. But yes, the obligations of the applicant are the obligations of its successors and assigns for so long as this document governs. If they were to never utilize this document, then successors and assigns wouldn't be bound by it. If they were to develop a portion of the property and then not the remainder of the property, then successors and assigns wouldn't be bound by this decision on portions of the property that aren't developed as a
Undeveloped
subdivision.
portions.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
But the
So
developed portions,
Right.
it is in perpetuity.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then paragraph 19, as I had alluded to a moment ago, is a provision that provides that violations of the decision, including the general and the specific conditions, are just cause for rescission, modification, or amendment, and it cites to the statute that gives you the ability to do that. So those are the general conditions. Some of them are a bit specific to this project, but they're general conditions that would apply to most or many subdivisions. The specific conditions are ones that are particular just to this project, to this subdivision or this group of subdivisions. Many of these, there's only a bit more than a page of them, came from the settlement agreement, and a few of them came from, are just references and incorporation by reference of certain documents that you had vetted back in 2012 and 2013. So an example, condition number 20, the conditions of the Board of Health's November 7, 2012 correspondence and recommendation to the board are hereby incorporated. This is a standard provision in the sense that a Board of Health recommendation is required, as you know, for any definitive subdivision approval, and so it makes sense to incorporate that into the decision. Paragraph 21 is something that I thought was appropriate here. I think we had largely resolved this through the back and forth that occurred during the public hearing, so I included it, subject to the board disagreeing with me if you don't think it needs to be a part of the decision. But there was obviously a back and forth in early 2013 between the applicant and the applicant's consultants and your consultant, David E. Ross Associates. You cited to, Ms. Bertram cited to specifically at the very first session, and then again at the second session of the public hearing, the letters that issued, I think one in February, maybe two in March, and the last one in mid-April, that was the usual back and forth between engineers with comments and then comments responding to those comments and then further comments. Well, for the most part, by the time of the April 17, 2013 letter, everything had been addressed, but there were 3 or 4 items that were outstanding. The applicants represented that those have all been addressed on the plans. This is just a catch-all provision that indicates exactly that. The applicant advised that those outstanding comments were incorporated, and as much as they are not, the board hereby requires compliance with Ross Associates' recommendations.
I think that's great.
I just have a legalese question. Is inasmuch, is that a legalese one word?
Yeah, to the extent, it just means to the extent. It's legally one word, but
Okay.
you can also say to the extent that they are not, if you prefer to use that terminology.
I've just never seen them not spaced. Thank you.
Condition number 22, there was a fire department correspondence from March 1st, 2013 that indicated that the project met with its satisfaction, but had a few comments involving things like cisterns, which were also discussed at the second session of the public hearing, so I've incorporated that as well by reference. And then the fourth, I guess, letter I'll call it, is really two memoranda, one from February 11th of 2013 that was an update to a previous January 25th of 2008 memorandum from Abend Associates, and Mike Abend had indicated at that time that he had certain traffic safety improvement recommendations that were echoed in his later memo, and we've incorporated those by reference into condition number 23. So 20 through 23 are essentially incorporating by reference engineering, Board of Health, fire, and traffic. We then get into the substance beginning with paragraph 24 of the settlement agreement. So paragraph 24 deals with phasing, and I'll tell you what I've crafted here. And I look back at my notes and actually reviewed a portion of the discussion on video that we had last month, because I couldn't remember where we really came out on phasing, and I'm not sure that we really decided where we were coming out on phasing, other than to say that the development needs to be phased. That was an explicit provision in the settlement agreement, but we weren't quite sure. I think the board sort of looked to the applicant and said, what are you proposing? And the applicant sort of said, well, what satisfies the board? And there was sort of a bit of a stalemate. So I crafted it, I essentially punted. I crafted it to say, prior to the commencement of construction within any subdivision hereunder, the applicant shall submit for the board's approval a phasing plan for the subdivisions so as to extend the residential growth over a period of time and avoid the overburdening of town public facilities and services all at once. Some of this is taken verbatim from the condition that I had crafted for the settlement agreement. I do believe, having spoken to the applicant prior to tonight's deliberations, that the applicant has a proposal, which again, in the context of this condition, you can hear if you choose to tonight. You can also just adopt this provision as is if you want an opportunity to simply receive a phasing plan prior to commencement of construction. But I think they have specific numbers that they're willing to present tonight in the form of a proposed condition. So I defer to you as to whether you want to hear them out on that or not.
I'd much rather see it on a plan.
If I may, even though I'm not able to vote on this, this was kind of what the superintendent, I think, would be most interested in, as far as how many, I know that the school department has a hard enough time determining, forecasting the enrollment numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we should get the information as early as possible so that we can pass it on to the school.
Sounds like a reasonable suggestion.
I'm fine with accepting the information now. I probably wouldn't be ready to decide on it at the moment.
I would agree with that. I'm certainly willing to accept it if it's in a readily accessible format rather than just a discussion. But I would like to get feedback from the school department, the police, the fire, the public safety officials before we would adopt a phasing plan.
Sure, and that doesn't nullify the possibility for requiring a phasing plan afterwards, right?
No, right. I mean, I think that's what the board's suggesting, that this condition as drafted. Then the question becomes, is the timing correct? So I've structured it so it's just generally, as is the case with many conditions, tied to the commencement of construction.
Mhm.
Do you need it sooner than that? If you think there's going to be some back and forth,
I
follow
would
and
like it
proceed.
sooner, I think.
If it's going to be any different than what's discussed tonight, I would like it sooner.
Well, I think we want it sooner, as soon as possible. So, I don't know how you put that in a decision, though.
Well, so here's the question. The comment was just made about if it's going to be anything different than what we get tonight. So I think what I'm hearing is that regardless of what you get tonight, the board may not be prepared. I don't want to speak for all of you, but the board may not be prepared to vote on whatever it gets tonight, even if it's in a simple form. So what I would suggest then is you can certainly hear the applicant in that regard, but then structure a condition, much like I've structured it here, that's open-ended, that gives you the ability to approve a phasing plan later. But I think we should tie it to something other than, or we can still tie it to commencement of construction, but at least date it back far enough so that you're ensured that you're going to get it in sufficient enough time. Because if the applicant gets you something 2 weeks prior to when it intends to commence construction, and you then need to vet it yourselves, but also get feedback from schools or feedback from DPW or whatnot, you're not going to meet a 2-week turnaround to satisfy the applicant. So maybe it's no earlier than 60 days prior to
I was just
commencement
going to
of
say,
construction.
I would want at least a couple months.
So I think that's, but again, maybe the applicant will have some thoughts on.
2 questions just to understand the process. That phasing plan, they can't commence without our approval on the phasing plan, correct?
That's how I structured it.
And would the entire board be able to vote on the phasing plan?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was I would have questions, again, that's why I'm not ready to decide tonight, just about whether it includes land clearing or, construction is kind of not a vague term, but,
Kind of how we get
and it's
here.
kind of hard, it's kind of hard to find out what's overburdening without talking to other entities, so.
And I disagree. This does not say that it has to be submitted for the board's approval, but it doesn't say that it has to be approved before the commencement of construction, does it?
That is correct. It does not. It requires submittal. So shall submit and the board shall approve.
Shall have received approval of a submitted phasing, however you need to word it.
Okay.
I'll let you do your job.
I would like to see 60 to 90 days. I'd prefer 90, to be honest with you. Because depending on meeting schedules, it's, the school committee meets different nights than we do, so I think trying to turn something around in 60 days is tough for any town entity, so.
60 days should not be tough.
Yeah? You think 60
We've been
days
working
is
under a
sufficient?
time clock of 60 days to approve special permits.
Okay, but
Well, I guess-
but that's just us, Matt. That's not getting feedback from public safety, from school committee.
Special
from-
permits?
No.
That's not
but-
everybody?
But I'm just saying that personally, I would like to see 90 versus 60, but.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't disagree, but
If we can get it done in 60, we don't have to wait 90 days.
Yeah, we don't have to do 90.
But I'd prefer to have the extra time if needed, because we
Is the
have run up against the clock
timeline
before.
really required? Because they can't proceed without the approval anyway. So
Well,
it's
it-
in their best interest to just,
I don't want to hold them up, but I don't want to rush to a decision either, just because we're trying to make a timeline.
Well, that's the challenge. So, so the applicant, the applicant didn't submit a phasing plan to you, so you can't be faulted for not approving a phasing plan that you didn't receive during the public hearing. There was some discussion, and I think the applicant understood, as did the board, that phasing would be reviewed at some later date. With that said, I'm always reluctant to advise boards to make decisions that are then contingent upon further action, because there is some case law in other contexts that say you can't do that. In my mind, the approval of a phasing plan is more of a ministerial act. It's not a yes or no on the project, it's simply how the project gets phased. I'm mindful, however, let's say the applicant wanted to get in the ground in 3 weeks, and you impose a 90-day clock. The effect of that is essentially saying that we're issuing a permit now, but you can't use it for at least 90 days. I think the reality here is that the applicant hasn't gone to Concom yet, the applicant hasn't gone to Board of Health yet, so I think the reality is the applicant is not going to be putting a shovel on the ground in 2 weeks. So I don't think it's an issue, but I think that maybe we hear from the applicant in that regard, in addition to hearing from the applicant relative to what it's proposing for phasing.
Again, yeah, it would boil down to what they're proposing, because if they propose 10 houses in the first phase, that's not a lot. If they propose 40, then that's a different scenario. So.
You're up again, if you like.
I heard numbers, I'm coming up. Again, Don Bornstein, attorney for the applicant. So I think this phasing plan is, if I understand the board's concerns, which I've been trying to do over the course of our settlement discussions and the board's hearing on this, is that they're mostly driven by school population, anticipated new students to the town. So with that in mind, what we've done is, and I only had a brief chance to discuss with Adam in the hallway tonight, is we propose a simple, in essence, annual cap on the number of homes that we construct that are not age restricted. Remember, we do have a portion of the project that is age restricted. So of the non-age restricted, we would cap that at a maximum of 25 per year. And we think that's a simple sort of, will not require hours of your time and 90 days of vetting with
It's like a
town
4-year
staff.
build-out. How many?
That's 5.
Well,
But-
the age-restricted aren't included in that, so.
But
Correct, so he could be building them at a clip that makes it 30 units a year.
That's true, yeah. So the requirement was what, 20%?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so what did we have before, before we dropped the maximum permits issued per year? Do you remember what it was? I think
it was 45.
okay, so this is considerably less.
Yeah.
But we weren't, but our
This
school
is just
system
one
didn't grow in
project.
the 15 years that it was.
And that, I forget what it was, the phased growth bylaw was predicated around the development of the comprehensive wastewater management plan, not around school population or lack of adequate facilities for school
And this has
population.
zero impact on that.
Correct.
But is that 45 town-wide or per project?
It was
It's gone.
townwide.
It
No,
doesn't-
no, what I'm saying
It was
is-
townwide.
All right.
It was a bylaw that limited the new residential units to 45 townwide, based on the fact that the comprehensive wastewater management plan was under development, and it left a series of questions up in the air as to whether or not certain things would happen. And it sunsetted almost 10 years ago now, and I think it probably became null and void before that, based on the completion of the sewering and the plan.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You know, the impact certainly was driven by school population. That was our primary concern, but there are impacts to other departments as well, public safety, police, fire. So while 25 to me seems reasonable, before I would approve a phasing plan, I would want to get feedback from the school department, the police, the fire, the DPW, before I would vote to approve it. So personally, I'm not comfortable approving that tonight as part of this decision, but I'm certainly willing to have that discussion as quickly as you would like to have it. But I think the superintendent was here tonight because specifically about her concerns relative to substantial developments, and I'd like to hear from the school on what they believe is a reasonable phasing approach.
I think we're in the ballpark of what he's saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Again, I'm more than happy to hear out. I'm glad he threw out a number like that, because now we at least have a starting point. But again, I wouldn't be comfortable if I'm eligible. So you're saying I would be eligible to vote in that proceeding?
Right, I mean, once a decision issues on the application that's before the board.
Right, no, I understand.
Further applications or requests, or the board is however the board is constituted at that time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't feel comfortable committing to an exact number tonight, but at least we know we're in the same ballpark, so.
I can say that I am a little concerned of accepting a decision that has, this is a fairly substantial condition, depending on what number you put in the blank. So it does make the entire decision contingent. If you say the phasing plan is 2 homes a year, then the approval in essence evaporates. And there was some expectation that we would have this discussion. I mean, numbers were used at the last hearing. Numbers were used by board members that were in the 20s. And the 25, I think, is a very reasonable proposal by the applicant. It's 122 units total, 25 maximum per year. We're not asking that they carry over from year to year. And that's going to give you something that your bylaws don't require now. They don't have any cap now. We think it's a reasonable one. We understand the concerns about the school system. What we are trying to do, and I'll also add to this, is I have no further comments after this on the draft decision. So this is the last one.
I'll believe that when
Adam will back me up. This is the last one that I commented on. And it's more of that is, this was a concept that was raised, I think, smartly by the board's representatives during our settlement discussion. It was something that Mr. O'Brien and the development team got their mind around, and coming to a practical number on it. I don't know that it's something that requires 90 days of study and input from every department in town. I understand that all decisions can get better with more and more information, but decisions can also get bogged down, and agreements can get bogged down with too much study. I think you probably have a better sense than us, and maybe even a better sense than other folks in town, of what the, what a reasonable number is. Maximum, remember, we're talking a maximum number of homes that get contributed per year.
But you're saying 25 excluding the over 55?
Yeah, that was a proposal, yeah.
If you're going to push me for a decision tonight, I'm going to give you a no, so.
Yeah, I guess what I'm pushing for is a discussion of the topic so we can kind of get to a final end result on this.
If it was a total of 25 units per year, would that still be a no?
How many over 55s would there be throughout the project?
So there's 20%.
22.
22.
Maybe a little bit more than that.
I'd say if it was all inclusive, I could settle for 25.
So that would be a cap?
Yeah.
25 total.
Well, and I think the
No
other...
more than 25.
The other missing piece that I'm concerned about is not only the effect on the school system, but, if you say 25 single families, and then you're going to exclude the 20% that's over 55, theoretically, they could build 50 homes in the first year.
Mm-hmm.
And that, to me, I think would be a huge change on Howard Street that doesn't afford a lot of time for the neighborhood to kind of adjust, so to speak, to the increase in traffic. And
I must have missed something. How can they get 50 in the first year?
Because
Well,
he's
25.
excluding the over 55. 22, there's 47.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a reasonable comment. We hadn't meant it that way. Of course, we're not going to build 50 homes in the first year of this project, but,
And then my only other question would be, how do we define, is it a calendar year? And
Well, and through you, Mr. Chair, that's a curious question too, because, one could argue that it all sort of comes out in the wash, whether it's a calendar year or it's a single 365-day period. But it certainly goes to the question of condensed growth, right? So let's say that infrastructure begins in year 1, and the infrastructure goes in for the first 7 or 8 or 9 months, and then it's a mad dash to build homes, and somehow they build 25 homes in October, November, and December. and then they build 25 more homes in January, February, March, and April, and 25 is their cap. Well, now you've essentially got 50 homes within a 6-month period. Now, they can't do anything for the rest of the following calendar year, so you get the break, but you've still had that many homes sort of hit the market or impact the community within a condensed period of time, because they're 2 separate calendar years, but it's the latter part of one and the beginning part of the other. So you could say within any 365-day period, if you wanted to assure yourself that you'd have them spaced out better.
I would just like to see a metric that is easy for the town to follow, not that we're gonna burden the building commissioner with trying to do math every time a permit application comes in. And are we assuming these are open building permits? Like, in other words, they can open 25, but may not have, like...
Yeah, it's the issuance, and as opposed to can be open at any one time, it's just the issuance.
So how about no more than 2 permits per month shall be issued? That'll bring it down to 24 a year. Would that fix this glitch in the potential?
Well, it goes to whether you consider it a glitch or not. I mean, it's a balancing act, right? You're trying to balance just the realities of developing a property. I mean, no more than 2 a month. Are they going to be, what pace are they going to be building during the winter months versus during the summer months? So it's balancing the realities of development with the preference of the town, the desire to have this spaced out as much as possible, so it's not all impacting the town at once. And it's a delicate balancing act.
Yes and no. I would argue that we're right now we're trying to come up with a number, but what we were trying to do was have something to look at and discuss with the town as far as what we thought was acceptable.
If I could chime in one moment, if you don't mind.
You're up again.
Yeah, great. I'm back. So I think the monthly cap would be very difficult for us to work with, just because of the workflow. You're likely going to be pulling several building permits at a time, work on those in stages, move on to the next group. So I wouldn't really want to do it by the month. The point about having some limitation on the age-restricted units is well taken. Those age-restricted units will probably be built in groups together. We've talked about that before. So if we limit the non-age restricted to 25, we could limit the age restricted to do them over 2 years. So if we're at like 22, so we do a maximum of like 11 over a 12-month period on the age restricted.
36 for the first 2 years.
That would be the maximum, yeah.
For that high number, I'd need more information.
36 in the first 2 years is less than 25 a year.
36 a year, that's
72.
72
That's 72.
for the first 2 years.
Because he's suggesting 25 of the normal units and 11 of the age restricted per year.
Oh, I get you.
Are there combinations of those numbers that work better for the board?
Again, if you're looking for an answer tonight, 25 all-inclusive is my line in the sand, so if you want to give us some time to discuss it and do some research, that number might go up for me, but as of now, that's where I'm at.
Can we tie it with, rather than saying 60 to 90 days prior to construction, can we tie it to a timeline from issuance of the decision? I mean, if the board agrees that within 60 days, we'll review and approve a phasing plan. Because quite frankly, I don't feel that, I'm not comfortable making a decision tonight. I would like feedback from the superintendent. I would like feedback from public safety. I'm not against 25 per year, but does 30 make sense? Does 35? But I understand your point that without that information, without that decision, you're kind of in limbo. So can we tie it to a timeline within issuance of the decision?
Yeah, I mean, you can tie it to a timeline. I don't know that I would say within issuance of the decision per se, but you could tie it to a timeline from date of submittal by the application of its phasing plan. And the applicant, I think you've heard what the phasing plan is today. So if the applicant submits the phasing plan and then you've got to act on it, you could say within 30 days of receipt of the phasing plan from the applicant. And we could tighten up the language here to provide some assurance to the applicant that the actions the board takes are going to be reasonable. You can say, subject to the, board's approval, which approval shall not be unreasonably withheld. That language is included all the time to provide some comfort to the applicant that, you're not going to use this as a leverage to, well, we granted an approval, but it's really a denial because we're going to limit you to 5 building permits a year.
Right.
So we can try to tighten up the language a little bit.
So I just don't think the conditional approval can work. I'm not saying the decision has to be made tonight, but we have to come to a decision on this. The timeline on this is running, July 4th? Something close to that. It comes up on a very
9th,
convenient
I
date.
think. 8th or 9th.
Yeah.
Unless, can they agree to extend it?
We can, but we're not going to. We've been 10 years at this. So that's, I'm happy to continue to have this discussion. We've had some very productive discussions since we got some direction from the court. I'm happy to give you a little more time to think about it, but I can't take a condition that I can't go to a bank with, and a bank won't take a condition that says,
You're not willing to accept 25?
no. So I'm happy to continue that discussion. It's something that's certainly resolvable, and it's tough to come on the heels of a 3-hour tree discussion.
Well, again, you have 2 new members. I'm not going to jump into a decision without having the information I need, so.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand you're coming late to it, and this has been a long, long process, and it's something that's hard to digest in the
Followed it
end.
from the beginning, so I'm familiar with it. But
When is our next meeting in June?
24th. 2 weeks from tonight.
And when does that time clock expire?
July 9th.
So we've only got
Are
one
we
meeting.
absolutely sure about that?
2 meetings. July 24th and June 24th and July 8th.
Okay.
I will not be at the meeting on the 8th. So,
So we have one meeting.
And we've only got one issue, so they line up nice.
I guess the challenge for me, from my perspective, is, the subdivision has been broken down into, 8 or 9 pieces, however you want to count it. And if you look at the number of 25, you're essentially, again, build the whole thing out in essentially 5 to 6 years, right? Which you're asking for, well, we broke it up into 8 little pieces. Well, it's going to be built in a lot less. So on one side, you're arguing that this is all separate, and then you're saying we want to build it all in a tighter timeline.
That was kind of the crux of the whole issue.
and potentially, it's much faster than 5 or 6 years because the 25 are exempt.
In 3 years, with the 25 and the 11 number, you could
Right.
be at
Right.
97 houses.
Right, right.
So you could be very close to done in 4 years,
Mhm.
which my big concern there is I know the school system has a lot of grades that are really close to needing another teacher. And so if we get to this tipping point where, we'll be back to the temporary classrooms that we had behind
absolutely will
TCP.
be.
And I mean, it's just, whereas if we could draw this thing out just a little bit and get some breathing room, I think it could potentially make a huge difference to the schools.
Well, I think 2 of the current members were on the review of the new school and received the 150 comments that only 20 of them got addressed, and one of them was that it wasn't increased in size, and another was that they only had like 20 more parking spaces than the old school did. So we've really just got a nice, pretty school that's pretty much the same size.
Well, that was one of my biggest issues as a member of the board, and actually ended up on a telephone conference with the MSBA because the school, my argument was the school wasn't big enough.
Right.
Because we had these developments coming, we knew that the impact was going to be
We knew this was
huge.
coming.
And the MSBA was adamant they would not allow us to expand the school. So,
It was a reoccurring theme throughout the school building process as well.
So we can take a minute and try and think of another way around
I
this
think we should
number.
just continue I think we should continue to the next meeting and hope that we can hear back from whoever we need to.
So,
And we can make a
you're
decision.
proposing 25 single-family homes per year, but you're not committing to a number on the over 55?
No, I think we had, so 25 on the non-age restricted.
Okay.
And then we had also proposed a max of 11 on the age-restricted units. And those would
Per
be,
year.
yeah, those would be, max per 12-month period, max per year period, yeah.
Or per, as you suggested, per 365 days, or, because I do take your argument that if they were all constructed at the end of a calendar year, we could go right back into it, so.
Yeah, no, the intention is to have a rolling 365-day period. That's also, should be easy for the building inspector to run a report for the.
So if our
prior
only
365
concern is the
days.
schools, it doesn't matter how many age restricted they build because they're not going to have
That-
kids. in
that-
school.
that is not my only
I know,
concern.
I didn't think it was. Okay.
I want to hear from public safety, because
know.
over 55 does have an impact, so I want to hear from them.
And there might be a slightly more complex version of that model, that if we build more age restricted, we build a little less non-age restricted to make
Well-
that happen.
Well, see, that to me is concerning. What is the phasing plan that you're proposing? If you want flexibility within it, then I think we have to have a cap on the number of
No,
units.
our proposal is 25 units, non-age restricted, 11 age restricted
Okay.
for every 365-day period.
Okay.
Which they could just finish out the age restricted in the first 2 years, and then it would only be 25 units per year,
Right, right.
which,
And they're done in 4
so they're
years.
front-loading it,
Essentially.
but I still would like some input from other people.
I want to have the input, so I think that's why we.
So can we continue this? You agree, yeah, you're agreeable to?
Right, so this is not the final condition, so I think at a minimum, in part because I'm not available on the 24th, I think we should get through the rest of the decision. I mean, we've essentially come to a consensus on everything else with the exception of this one condition. So let's continue through. I think we only have 3 conditions left, and then we can always come back to 24. So 25 is the actual conveyance of property to the town. So I'm gonna read it because there's a lot to it. And there's some protections in here as well. So the land comprising Arrow Estates 9, formerly Arrow Estates 10, and a portion of Arrow Estates 8, i.e. the land that will no longer comprise subdivision lots, roadways, and other components of these subdivisions, shall be conveyed to the town or its designee in fee, which essentially means the actual fee ownership, which is ownership versus easement or something less than that, for nominal consideration for conservation purposes.
What's nominal consideration?
Enough consideration to satisfy the registry of deeds that you can put a deed on record.
Oh,
Less than $10.
The dollar, yeah, okay.
Said conveyance shall be subject to town meeting or conservation commission approval as determined by the town. I've got that in there because typically to accept interest in real property, you require town meeting approval, but the Conservation Commission under Chapter 40C has authority to accept land without a town meeting approval, so built in a little bit of flexibility there. Should the town be unable to obtain requisite approval for the acceptance of the land, the applicant shall permanently restrict the same, i.e. in a manner and form deemed acceptable to the town, like a conservation restriction, so as to preclude any further development thereof and so as to facilitate public access thereto and use thereof. The aforesaid conveyance or restriction shall occur prior to the issuance of a building permit within any of the subdivisions unless otherwise agreed in writing by the applicant and the town. So again, there's a lot there, but it's trying to sort of take the belt and suspenders approach. The intention here is that the land is going to be conveyed to the town, so the town will own it, as is the board's desire, as expressed at the last 2 sessions of the public hearing, but you don't control what town meeting does, and you don't control what the Conservation Commission does. So if for whatever reason, notwithstanding your best intentions, town won't accept it, Concom won't accept it, we're requiring that it be restricted such that you're not going to end up with the developer owning the remainder of the land unrestricted and coming back in for further subdivision approval.
That sounds great to me, but I want to, because I'm thinking of it now, does this speak to the timing of the release of the land? Because we had mentioned before?
Yep, last sentence. The aforesaid conveyance shall occur prior to the issuance of any building permit within any of the subdivisions.
Any, okay.
Yep. 26. The question on 25? Yep.
Yeah, Should we include the language for conservation purposes? I feel like it's a little bit unnecessary. It might tie our hands with certain things. I'm just trying to think of, like, if we wanted to put a playground out there.
Yep.
Like, Paula, you would know better than I in terms of what you cannot do on conservation land that you may want to do behind 122 homes.
Passive recreation is allowed on conservation land, but active recreation is not.
Right, typically things like playgrounds would be prohibited.
Playgrounds, right,
This
or football
discussion-
fields or baseball fields, that would be prohibited.
Right, this discussion was had, I believe, and I'll have to look back at the documents I've got during the settlement discussions and in the meetings that I had with both the selectmen and the planning board prior to settlement being finalized, and it's the settlement agreement that says for conservation purposes.
Okay.
Which is why I copied it into this,
Okay.
this paragraph 25. 26 was not contemplated by the settlement agreement, at least in this form, so you'll note that I did not use the term for conservation purposes here. So 26 deals with this parcel J, which is the 40-foot swath of land that provides the access to the town forest. So again, the way that I've structured it here, the land shown in the plans for Arrow Estates 8 as parcel J, which is a 40-foot wide, 8,891 square foot parcel of land, shall likewise be conveyed to the town or its designee in fee for nominal consideration, so as to provide for public access to the town forest and to a potential future trailhead to be constructed by the town, if it so desires, on the town's land. Accompanying said conveyance shall be an easement in and to the subdivision's roadways, adequate to provide a right of passage over and through them to parcel J and to the town forest. The aforesaid conveyance shall occur prior to the issuance of any building permit within Arrow Estates 8 or blank, whichever first occurs, provided, however, that the applicant shall construct the 20-foot wide gravel driveway along the length of parcel J in advance. So I've got the blank here because I didn't know what you wanted to tie this to, simply 8 or not. And my concern always with conditions of this sort is, particularly where you're encompassing 10 subdivision or 9 subdivision approvals in one, 8 subdivision approvals in one, is what happens if Arrow Estates 8 never gets built?
You wouldn't have access to that parcel anyway at that point.
Well, that's the flip side to it. The roadways aren't going to be constructed within Arrow Estates 8 then, in
We're
that
just gonna have a
circumstance.
driveway in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
We'd have a weirder shaped parcel than we already have.
8, 5, and 1. That'll get us there. Right?
Yeah.
8, 5, and 1. So it comes in here, and we couldn't go that way, but we could go this way.
But in theory, this is going to be the last thing someone builds because it's the furthest from anything and has the least.
Could be.
How much of this has been logical?
But, and I guess, I think to Attorney Costa's point is, if that doesn't get built, what is the impact?
This is pretty much null and void.
Well, that condition would be you wouldn't have your access, right?
And just a quick side note, by gaining the ownership of what was Arrow Estates 9, we do gain contiguous access because the town owns the parcel here.
Correct.
So.
Right, but it's
as long as that
it's through wetlands though, so, yeah, I understood.
But it's not as if Arrow Estates 8 never gets built, we don't have any access.
Not like we don't have potential for
Yeah,
access.
we've got something at least.
We're no longer landlocked back
Yes,
there.
exactly. Yeah, for whatever it's worth. I can't think of an easy way to word that.
Wait a minute. Yeah, that was the newest one. Does anybody else want to see?
And this one doesn't show the, right, because the strip is right here. I don't know if, Oh, it's not on there.
We can vote to extend. We'd probably rather not, is what you're saying.
That's to you.
I'm sure he'd rather not. Thank you for the reminder. The rest of it's just administrative you have to, though. Kind of.
So the board doesn't need to include a specific date in paragraph 26. It's just, the possibility exists. I didn't know what the board's concern might be relative to the potential non-development of Arrow Estates 8. It means that you won't get the access. Practically speaking, even if you got the access, it'd be an access to nowhere because the roadway wouldn't be built because the subdivision wasn't built. So maybe it's a non-issue and it's simply tied to the commencement of construction or the issuance of any building permit within Arrow Estates 8. If Arrow Estates 8 doesn't get built, you don't get the access.
Oh, you're still looking? No.
Honestly, I think that makes the most sense.
So, I'm sorry, what makes the most sense?
Just tying it to Arrow Estates 8.
Just 8.
Because without the roadway, it's really an axis in the middle of nowhere.
True, yeah, I guess. Yeah, and then we back up on what Tanner said, that we still have the contiguous access.
Right.
Potential.
So I'll take that provision out. Okay, that's 26. 27 is simple. It's the language that was negotiated in the second session of the public hearing relative to 440 and 442 Howard Street, this buffer that they negotiated with the applicant.
But when does that buffer get constructed? It doesn't say.
It does not.
Or not get deconstructed.
Right. So
It requires preservation of the buffer. Hereby requires it
Preserve or
preserve or
create.
create. Right.
preserve or create, but when do they need to do that?
It doesn't say. I imagine that they would do it at the time of development of those lots.
But I'd like to include that.
Okay.
So
I
that's
don't know where that
Arrow
is.
Estates 2.
Is it 2? So I would like to see that buffer before
Well,
construction of Arrow
2
Estates
and
2.
2, 4, and 1.
But the houses are located to the back.
That's
too.
true, yep. Yep, I agree.
So,
Just 2.
prior to the issuance of the first building permit in Arrow Estates 2,
Right. Because the
Well,
goal
the
is to
Arrow
block
Estates
them
1,
from
there's a
that
house right there.
section of the subdivision. So I'd
Looks like
like
it's
to
closer than
make
2.
sure it's there before they start construction.
Is that actually there?
okay? And then 28 is more or less verbatim from the settlement agreement, again indicating that a minimum 20% of the market rate homes lots within the subdivision shall be restricted to occupancy by a person age 55 or older, and then goes on to talk about exactly what that means. I'm not going to read the whole thing. You've seen it before. Talks about the timing of construction commence within the first 50% and completed within the first 75% of all homes to be constructed within the subdivisions. And the only, oh, that's right, it's, there's nothing additional there that wasn't included in the settlement agreement. And that's that. Nice and simple.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
In terms of the phasing plan, I feel like, and I know the applicant has expressed discomfort with us providing approval that's conditioned on the plan. However, I think it's in the board's best interest to try to provide approval and then work on the phasing part of things, seeing as how we would have the full board to approve the phasing, whereas on the subdivision plan, we need 3 members. And if for whatever reason somebody didn't make it to that next meeting, we're in a real tight spot.
But I think the issue is the applicant's not amenable to the decision without that in it.
But we approve the decision. They don't approve it.
Yeah, but we don't want to be in a situation where we're going back to court in July because the decision, we couldn't reach an amenable decision. We're so close. I would hate us to not get there.
Paula, you said you're not available on the 24th?
No, I am available on the 24th. I'm not available in July, the meeting in July,
On the 8th?
on the 8th.
Oh, so then we can't continue to the 8th anyway.
Yeah, I'm not available on the 8th.
So we've got one meeting left, and I know it's not ideal, but I just feel like we're in agreement on everything else, so I don't know. I'd like to hear town
The
council's
only reason we're not in
opinion on
agreement on
things.
those last ones is because we don't feel we have the time to get adequate information to make the decision. It's not like we're arbitrary and capricious.
Any advice from town council?
So, the challenge here is, I agree with your comments, Ms. Bertram, that we want to be mindful, and the reason why I suggested that, the applicant be permitted to participate to the extent necessary in the deliberations is to ensure that after coming as far as we have, we don't end up back in the land court on a further appeal, which I also, have some concerns with, given the tendencies of the land court in our recent appearances and in the litigation of late. Phasing is tricky in the sense that it was contemplated by the settlement agreement very specifically that there would be reasonable phasing of the project. The applicant didn't, present particulars with respect to phasing. We didn't get a phasing plan from the applicant, so that's on the applicant. But it is the responsibility of the board to issue a decision and to issue a decision in accordance with the settlement agreement, which called for some reasonable phasing. Now, what does that mean? How specific do you need to get? As I said previously, I've got some general concerns in the usual context with a board that issues an approval that is contingent upon some future further action, because it puts an applicant in a difficult spot, and an applicant who would choose to appeal that would say to the court, I'm entitled to some finality of a decision. At the same time, the board can only work with the information that it has before it, and you don't have, other than what you heard tonight, you don't have a phasing plan that was submitted to you or anything that was really vetted during the public hearing process. So the board, has 3 options. The board can choose a number. You've heard the applicant's proposal. I guess you could continue to have a discussion with the applicant about something less than the applicant's proposal, but you also heard that the applicant's not willing to go to the number that you seem to want to go to. I didn't hear a complete consensus, but so you could choose a number. If you do that and you vote a decision with a number and it's not acceptable to the applicant will challenge it. You can include a provision of the sort that we've structured here, again, tightened up a bit so that we provide a more condensed time frame, that we provide that approval shall not be unreasonably withheld. That, in my mind, provides protection to the applicant, but you've heard the applicant say that they're not willing to accept that sort of a condition. Again, you issued the decision, so what they're willing to accept is really not up to them, but will they appeal it? That's certainly a possibility. Or third option is you continue the discussion to your next meeting and you continue deliberations at that meeting. But you do have the issue that if you can't get a quorum at the next meeting and you're up against a deadline, you've got to schedule a special meeting between that date and the deadline.
Sorry. So these 3 have to vote on the matter. Can they vote? If we have a quorum in the room, they can still vote remotely?
I
myself would make the quorum.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the remote participation
I did
provision.
that the first time, is I made the quorum in the room and someone else voted remotely, so that just gives us another opportunity.
If it was me, I don't believe I can chair a meeting over the phone.
You can't chair, but Tammy could chair.
Somebody else could chair.
Would that be appropriate? And I could
Yes.
still vote?
Yeah, somebody else can chair, but I have to confirm the ability to vote based upon whatever remote participation the selectmen voted.
I believe we did it with the storage units. That was one of my first public hearings, but
Okay.
previously. But Again, if they want to hold my feet to the fire to make a decision without the information I need and it has to go back to court, so be it. Or we can throw out a number that we think is reasonable, and if they don't agree, then they can take us back to court.
I don't want to talk about going back to court lately. I think we've made strides, and I want to keep on that path. You know, I understand the point of, I personally would like to get feedback from the school. You know, 25 non-age restrictive homes has a potential for a huge impact. You know, if it's a 3 or 4 bedroom home, that impact is enormous. So personally, I'd like to see it less. I also understand the applicant's perspective that this is a development that they want to build and that they don't want it to be drawn out for a 10-year period. But I had no understanding prior to now that we were going to be facing a decision on a phasing plan that we hadn't even seen. So I think it puts us in a difficult spot, because had we had this information prior to tonight, I think we could have solicited input from other entities. And so I think we're really at a disadvantage.
Don't we have rules and regs that, in regards to submission, timely submission of materials?
Yeah, this one, I mean, I think what the board needs to appreciate is that this one was a bit of a different animal than you're used to. This was a case that had been in litigation for years. It came back to you on remand. It wasn't a true application. So even what you received for this application that's before you wasn't what you would traditionally have required of other applicants. It was a summary, a narrative summary of the changes and partial submittal of new subdivision plans and partial submittal of old subdivision plans. So it was a bit different.
And just to be clear, I take litigation very seriously. I know the ramifications of it, but it's always a threat, and I'm not going to let them use that as to extort a decision out of us.
My recommendation is that if the board needs additional time, it should take the additional time. I'm not fearful of litigating a land use decision. I am concerned about litigating this land use decision. I am concerned about litigating a phasing condition that is not supported, for example, by an existing rate of development bylaw. If you had a rate of development bylaw that placed a cap on the number of units in a year, and you could support a phasing condition with that bylaw, like the one you had that expired a decade or so ago, that might be different.
We do have a housing production plan, don't we? No.
No, that's expired as well, didn't it?
No.
Part of
No?
our master plan, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with continuing. I mean, that's...
And to be clear, would Rhonda and Greg be able to vote on the phasing plan?
No.
Nope.
No.
Not in this context.
No.
Not,
Because
I
it's
didn't
a
think
condition
so.
of this approval.
I didn't think
not
so.
as a condition of the approval, that's correct. If it were a post-approval issue, then
Then
the board
yes.
would be comprised however the board is comprised at that time, but not as part of this decision.
So I hope you guys both, all three of us plan on staying on for 5 years if we make them draw it out that long.
I'm not committing to 5 years, sorry. Well, I guess I'm going to play devil's advocate. The applicant is proposing 25 non-age restrictive and 11 age restricted. If the school and the public safety were to come back and say, we can't absorb that population, or we can't support that population, the public safety were to say, we can't support that population, we can support X. If the applicants, would the applicant then use that data to allow some modification of that decision, or is this your line in the sand?
No, once the decision's done, it's done.
Good evening, my name is Kevin O'Brien. I think you all know me by now. The problem I have is, we've been discussing this for 6 months. We all knew we had a phasing plan. We've talked about the accesses to the property out back. We went from 10 feet to 20 feet to 40 feet. Beat the living hell out of that. To be standing here now and talking about the phasing plan, I don't have a problem waiting 2 weeks so you guys can all talk to the school department. We all know it's a big hit on the school department. But the longer it takes, I have to have a time for a number. I'm gonna go to my bank and say, hey, we're just gonna, go to the planning board after it's approved and, we'll work it out. They're not gonna go for that. It's just not gonna happen. I'm not trying to be adversarial about it. I think that's behind us, I hope. But I have to get a number. So if you guys can, between now and 2 weeks from now, get an idea from the school department. I mean, let's face it, any number of kids going into the schools is gonna hit them. So, I just don't want to be out there more than 5 years. It's a big project. It's going to be hard enough for me to build 25 houses a year, to be honest with you. So it's going to go more than 5 years. But I need to at least have that number so I can bring it to my bank. Thank you.
We did give you a number.
Pardon?
We did give you a number.
You gave me a number?
I believe we gave you 25. I believe we...
That's what.
I can only
Greg
recommend, I
suggested-
can't make,
Greg
I'm just
suggested
trying to find
25.
common ground. If, 30 units at a 4-year build-out, 30.5 would be, so if they want to split the difference, again, I'm just trying to, I have no vote, so, but I am a member of this board and I want to have my opinion heard. If you wanted to do 30 all-inclusive, then that would be a 4-year build-out. 30.5
Ad-
units per year would be a
Adam.
4-year build-out on 122 units.
Do you know how many new single-family permits have been issued? Like,
Off the top of my head, no.
If it makes it easier, I didn't realize you made the recommendation for 25. We will agree with 25 if the board goes along with that. Combined houses and the 55 and overs.
25 building
Any
permits per year?
combination.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
My apologies, I didn't
Thank you.
hear it.
That's a concession. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, we still don't have the input from the schools.
Well,
But
I
we
don't
already know.
But we already know it's going
We
to
already
be.
know
But
what it is.
25 all-inclusive, I would be much more amenable to that.
So, actually, it really only matters what you and Tanner and I say about it anyway.
Yeah, but I'd like to hear from the other members.
I'm glad we heard from him, but his vote doesn't count in this
Well, I
situation.
understand that, but I think his input is valuable.
I could easily go with 25.
I can live
because,
with 25.
Yeah.
I think if you look at it in other developments, if they build, five-house developments, that's not a huge,
Because
just
that
because
one-
it's all at once, it looks, you get a little sticker shock, but
I can live with 25.
What do you think, Tanner?
I'm just reading the portion of the over 55 to try to figure out exactly how this all comes online, because theoretically,
well, they would have to build more in the first 2 years. If it would be a 5-year build-out, in the first 2.5 years, they'd have to build
well, the way this is worded,
50% of
they-
them, and then after the 4th year, they'd have to build the rest.
Yeah, because it
Within
says
the
they need
first
to,
75% of all homes.
starting
constructed.
no later than 50%.
So they'd have to have all
and
those
ending no greater than 75.
constructed in the first 4 years.
Right.
So that middle quarter is, or the third quarter is where they have to finish that out.
Yeah. Which in some ways could draw out the effect on the schools over those years.
Yeah, give us time to build another new one.
That's why you made us do it, Mr. Cole.
Yeah, we have 2 minutes before we have to vote to extend our meeting, by the way.
Okay.
Should we take that vote now? Because we still got a lot of stuff to do.
We can table what's left. Yeah, we,
The committee appointments.
I don't think there's anything pressing after this
Okay.
that we couldn't table till the next meeting.
But you have 1 minute to make that vote, or you need to wrap up in 2 minutes.
I move that we extend the meeting after the specified time.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Done. Thank you.
So we've now made our way through all the conditions, I think.
We're stuck on one, I think.
Are we still stuck on one?
I think we're stuck on 24 still, right? We need to,
Yeah, so Tanner, where are you with 25?
Well, that's 5 years essentially, right?
yep.
I don't know, it'd be nice to hear from the schools, but I don't know that it is gonna make a substantial.
The schools, we already know that the schools are,
Are already
Yeah.
overburdened.
so, I mean, even if we could get down to 20.
And in the first
What
3
difference
years,
is
there's
that
going to
gonna
be a
make?
significant number of the over 55 that need to be built per the last condition, so.
Right.
Yeah, so worst case scenario, the first 50 homes are all single family.
Right.
Then they start the
Then
over,
they start
and
the
then
over
there's a
55
little
and
bit
there's
of a
a
break.
Breathing room, right.
Yep. Which in a lot of ways may help the schools, because if you get 2 bigger classes and then you get a smaller class, you can shuffle teachers and grades and.
Once the motion is made, does it need to be reflective of the changes that we've made? Do we need to specify each change?
No, we've gone through and we've specified them and gotten a consensus amongst the 3 voting members on each of the conditions.
each number?
That's correct. So if
As
you're-
revised.
So, right, so when you're prepared to entertain a motion, the motion would be to approve and adopt the decision as modified at the meeting tonight. And I'll make the modifications. I can send them to the chair, I can send them to Mr. Burney to review and confirm that they're consistent with tonight's meeting. And I have a signature page for you tonight. You can sign tonight. You can wait until you get a revised decision and sign it then. Up to you.
And we've got until July 9th to do that?
I will confirm the date. It's either the 8th or the 9th. That's correct.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to rush any decision, I just wanted to confirm that the motion is to approve as revised if we get there. So, continued discussion. You guys are more than welcome to join in, but
I think 25 is certainly more reasonable
acceptable?
to me, yeah.
I would accept the motion.
Did we want to hear, do you guys have? any
I'm
thoughts?
fine with that decision.
I just had one comment that I think, in planning for the schools, I think it's most important that they have a solid number. I would think that would be the most important aspect of it, that they have a solid number of like how many, what would be the maximum potential of influx into the
Well,
school.
we can't even give them that because we don't know that they're not gonna build 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom. They could build 25 4-bedroom homes the first year and then 25 2-bedroom homes consecutively after that.
And
So-
childless couples could buy it.
Exactly, so there's no guarantee that we would be able to give them that
But
number.
it is an idea of the, it's a way
Yeah, it gives them
gauge
something
it.
to
The
plan
number of
off.
bedrooms
Right, it
gives
gives
them
them
the
a way
worst
to
case
gauge it.
scenario.
So-
Right.
So I think the 3 of us are okay with the 25.
So,
So I would make a motion to amend condition number 24 to state that the maximum number of building permits to be issued in a 365-day period is 25.
so noted. You've noted that?
I've noted that, yeah. I don't need a specific motion for that if
Right.
there's a consensus. I
Okay.
just need a motion overall. on
So
the
we just need a
amended
motion to approve as amended tonight.
I would make a motion to approve the decision for Arrow Estates as amended this evening.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience.
The Brady Bunch lived in a 3-bedroom house.
I feel like
That's a queen. Smokes.
I'm not signing it until I get the draft. Okay. So, given the hour, we can continue on with our agenda, or I would accept a motion in an alternative. So, basically what I'm saying is, I don't think that there's anything, unless anybody can point something specific, that we need to address tonight.
Well, the only thing would be committees, because if there's voting members of committees, they would need to be appointed to
It's a
fulfill that.
very good point. That's a very good point. Okay. So what is open?
MRPC is the next one on my list.
Is the only one?
No.
Okay.
So why don't we just go down the list, because you have to reappoint, so MRPC.
Well, I want everybody to understand what's available.
Okay, so there's MRPC, MJTC, Open Space, Green Community Liaison, Stormwater Task
I'm
Force
gr-
member, Agricultural Commission Liaison, and Land Acquisition Committee member.
Okay,
which
I'm
is
Green
Paula-
Community Task Force right now.
Well, right now, but so.
Okay,
Traditionally, the board is revoted every year as part of the reorganization.
okay.
Oh, but capital
what
planning
about
is a
capital
three-year
planning
appointment.
Correct, so
then?
you're
Okay.
stuck in capital
Oh,
plan.
so that's 3
Wish
years,
you would have been
okay,
there when
gotcha.
Damon challenged me on
Okay,
that.
gotcha.
You were there.
You can always resign, right?
I actually had, yeah, I stepped down at one point and Matthew took over.
Yeah, we filled in for each other here and there too, so it's not set in stone. But it's always it's a good working relationship to get into with a specific group. That way they have an understanding of where you're coming from, what your understanding level is, and then likewise. If we want to go with the vacancies right now
Well,
first?
yeah, because I have a list here that
Okay.
knows where. So MRPC is next on my list.
Okay, MRPC's Montechusett Regional Planning Commission. They meet once a month?
Yes.
As
Tuesdays, or is it Thursdays?
Thursdays.
And I-
First Thursday.
They're not meeting at the Doyle Center.
Yeah.
Oh, they are? Okay.
MJTC and MRPC are the same.
They both meet at the Doyle Center
Correct.
now, okay. They used to be Lamart.
I've held that position in the past and honestly just don't really have the time for it. So I'd like somebody else to hopefully step up to fill that role.
Okay. So this nomination process works the same as it did for the chair, vice chair, and the clerk? Where we take nominations and,
Well, it'd be nice if people express an interest.
well, that's very true. That's very true. You can nominate people.
Yeah.
We've actually gone so far as to nominate people in their absence.
Yeah, because
I think we did that to, we did that to Ken, I think.
To Tanner.
That happened to me. I think that's how I got MRPC. And see where it got you?
Yeah. So Montechusett Regional Planning is kind of like what we do, but it's a regional thing. Montechusett Region is what, 13?
Yeah, I think so.
13 different towns.
What time are those meetings? Anybody know?
7 o'clock.
Yeah. And they are generally
It's a
done
month.
by 8:30.
And do you know where the Doyle Center is?
Thursday nights.
Thursday
The first
night.
Thursday. of the
Thursday.
me-
Thursdays
First
I'm not
Thursday of the month.
Or else I would.
Well, excuse me, I'll start off. The Capital Planning Committee is a 3-year term, so I'm up next year, and incidentally, I'm up for re-election to Planning Board next year as well. The Stormwater Task Force, we're very near the end. I've been on it since the very beginning, so it would make sense that I would stay there. Agricultural Commission, I currently chair that, and I would, if not the liaison, I would still be going to those meetings, so you guys are more than welcome to go.
I'm interested in ad hoc or open space and land acquisition, which I'm sure Paula and Tanner probably both
They're
are.
one and the same, so if
Yeah,
you-
I know,
if you're-
that's
yeah.
why.
And I will say that the Land Acquisition Committee is in a very intense negotiation, and so changing that at this point would be extremely difficult, and I would really like to stick with it. I've done a lot of site walks, done a lot of work. We're now working on a grant, and I'm really looking forward to the open space position, so I would like to remain in those roles.
Have they had any open meetings that weren't in executive session?
We had some meetings, and those minutes have been filed. The majority of the meetings have still been in executive session because we don't have a signed P&S. We do have a verbal agreement, and it is for both parcels owned by the Saliba brothers. It's 994 Northfield Road and 961 Northfield Road. One parcel is 258.8 acres, and the other is 55.76 acres. The northerly side is the one that's most advantageous from a habitat standpoint. The southerly side, which is the 55.76 acres, would be for recreational
For doing
land.
appointments.
But I was involved with the lane acquisition, and this one mirrors that, and I had an opportunity to work with Brandon on that and would like to continue to keep working on that grant.
All right, if there's not, are we gonna, so we need,
Well, why don't we go down the line?
Someone just make some appointments
I nominate Matthew Allison for the Stormwater Task Force.
Second?
Any discussion? Any other nominations, I'm sorry? Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank
I
you.
nominate Matthew Allison for the Agricultural Commission.
Second?
Any further nominations? Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So now there's MJTC and MRPC, I'm confused. So the Transportation Commission,
Joint Transportation Task Force is MJTC. They work to support the MPO and do a variety of different transportation-related items.
Right, so they make recommendations to the MPO. It's the Winnebago Joint Transportation Committee. They don't have an approval, but they make recommendations, and they meet on Wednesday nights, once a month. In the Doyle, is it the Doyle?
Doyle Center.
Doyle Center.
Sherry Bean's often there, and there's often a few DOT officials.
No, not for that one. She doesn't come to MJTC.
She did when I was there.
Yeah, she hasn't since I've been there.
What time do they meet?
I can't remember whether it's 6:30 or 7.
Wednesdays.
6:30 or 7, I can't remember exactly.
That's probably changed since I was on it too.
It's once a month?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And where is it?
It's in,
Doyle Center in
Doyle
Leominster.
Center in Leominster.
I'll nominate Rhonda Lizio for the MJTC.
How does Rhonda feel about that?
I think I could make it,
She
as long
says-
as the meetings are late enough, if they're at 7, yeah.
I'm pulling up the latest meeting. $6:30. They meet at 6:30. Yeah.
Once a month.
Yep, so the next, so they met in, it's the second Wednesday of the month at 6:30.
You all have lots of stuff to sign, too.
Has she agreed? Has it been seconded?
Second? Did she
oh,
agree? Did you agree?
Yeah, I think I
Okay.
can make it.
Okay.
Okay.
So she's in agreement. Are there any further nominations? Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, MRPC. All right,
Can't
we
make-
will, we
yeah,
will leave
Thur-
that undecided for now.
Yeah, Thursday nights are
Green
impossible.
Communities Task Force.
So I'm currently serving in that. They've only met once since I've been there. I'm fine with giving that up. Just FYI, they're going to be working on their second round of grant funding, and it will be specifically for the purchase of streetlights.
I'll volunteer for that one if anybody cares to nominate me. I was formerly, prior to politicking that position, I did it, and I'm familiar with the streetlight buyback program.
I will nominate Greg Bettner for Green Community Task Force.
That's just the liaison, right?
Right.
Second.
Okay.
Right.
Did they have full membership?
They do, but
Because
they...
I'd rather just become a member
But if
again
you
like I
ask
did
Dave,
last
he'll
time.
find a way to get you to be a member.
Well, actually, they do have a full membership, but that came up at the last meeting, and they've asked Heather to look into making both John Londa as a liaison and the planning board liaison as voting members.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna be there, I might as well be a voting member.
I
just
agree,
so I,
and it makes sense,
but,
so.
So I'll throw my hat in the ring for that one.
All right, any further nominations? Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Open Space Ad Hoc.
I nominate Greg Bittner.
Second.
Well,
they're-
what happens with the Land Acquisition Committee? Because we're in the middle
they're
of a
hand-
negotiation.
They're hand in hand, right? or no?
The land acquisition.
No, I'm sorry, no, because this board voted to have Tanner be on the Land Acquisition Committee, and then we were told that the BOS made a mistake and that it had to be the open space person.
Correct, that's what I was
So
gonna say.
that's-
The land
that was
acquisition
kind of
committee
a-
is by
So-
default, the
Okay.
member of the planning board on the open space committee.
So I have to tell you, I'm really upset about this. I have spent countless hours walking through the woods, going through maps, going through negotiations, and to now be off before we get to the grant.
We
I have
haven't
a
voted,
meeting-
and there's still an open nomination,
But
Paula.
I have a meeting tomorrow night specifically to work on the PNS. So I'm hoping that this board will support the work that I've done and allow me to continue it.
I mean, again, I appreciate Paula's efforts and nothing against her being on it. I just have an extreme interest in it. The fact that they go hand in hand with the Land Acquisition Committee isn't any fault of Paula's or mine. I think open space works for land preservation, but land acquisition is a little bit more than that to me. I think we need to target properties. I think the chapter land debacle with the solar farm on Northfield Road really made me determined to want to be a part of that committee.
Well, and open space is important to me. I'm very involved in trail maintenance as a member of a snowmobile club. I've also been very involved with open space, land acquisition, preservation. I've spent myself over 200 hours in the last 2 years working on trails. I'm very familiar with the open space plan. I've worked closely with Brandon Kibbe. Fought very hard for the preservation of the land property, worked on the creation of multipurpose bridges to create open space. One of the things I fought for as a member of the Board of Selectmen was creating a policy for properties that came up for sale for right of first refusal, and worked hard to make sure that the open space identified that criteria. The preservation of our forestry is incredibly important to me, and I think it's critical to our rural environment, and that's why I'm very concerned about the spread of infrastructure for sewer and water, and I really would be devastated to be removed from a committee that I have worked incredibly hard on for my entire career as a public servant.
Your time is very much appreciated, Paula, and that committee only formed a few months ago, so is there any other nomination?
Okay, good night, guys.
Can I get you to sign before you go, please?
No.
What are we, oh, that's, Arrow.
All right, no other nominations? Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Adam, can you forward me if you have any kind of meeting schedule to them?
I don't have anything for
Okay.
them.
Who's Brandon Kibbe's open space?
Yes, he is.
Who chairs land acquisition?
Brandon does, I believe.
What I'll do is I'll get you in touch with Brandon tomorrow,
Okay.
and he
You
can,
can, yeah.
I'll let him know that you're the new member, and he can
Yeah, I
can
just,
sort that out.
I was gonna save it for board comment, but feel free to put my cell phone number back on the website
Okay.
again. And give it out to whoever you feel needs it.
Okay.
All right, so we appointed someone to everything but MRPC?
Correct.
Okay, and we can table that. So, I would suggest that we table the rest of the agenda till the next meeting. And I would accept a motion for such.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, you guys can't go because you got tons of stuff to sign.